Oh, that is your job.
Okay,
Yeah,
let's go ahead and get started. We'll excuse the mayor
Insist on it.
for a little bit.
I've been doing it for a year, so.
Do you want to start with the closed meeting?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, so I guess we're starting with the closed meeting. So can I get a motion for that?
I'm going to start with an open and get a motion and 2/3 vote. We're going to go over this tonight.
I move that we close the meeting
You need to say the reason why.
for this reason that Tracy says.
Pending litigation. Strategy regarding pending and reasonably imminent litigation.
For pending litigation strategy.
I'll second.
Okay. So, Catherine, how do you vote?
Yes.
Fred, how do you vote?
Yes.
I vote yes. So we're
Close.
closed.
Okay.
Did you text him?
No, I haven't. So what we have next is presentation on the open public meeting training.
Yeah.
I should be excited about that. An opportunity for training on the Open Meetings Act. I am, because I don't have to do it anywhere else. So.
That's true.
Who's training us? Tracy?
Tracy.
No rest.
Yeah.
We have the PowerPoint up. She's got a presentation in there. There we go.
They want to talk about you could back up. Okay.
Did you want to show the whole cake for you when you were training?
I got it.
Not ready.
Okay.
I put
Okay.
West Militia.
Oh, there's already
Clicker right here.
It's so long. Seems like we just did this just not that long ago, like last year.
Are you all ready for a super exciting training on Utah's Open and Public Meetings Act? Because that's what you're gonna get. So, all right, let's get started on this. Okay, the purpose of this for you as the council and mayor is just to understand the core requirements of the Utah's Open and Public Meetings Act, lovingly known as OPMA, and this is under Utah Code 52.4. So, the focus on what you as council members and the mayor must do in practice is really to help you build and maintain public trust. That's what this really is about. Because you, as the city council, you are the representatives of the residents of Draper to us as the city, right? And so you want to make sure that you have that trust with your constituents and that they know that the things that you're doing are out in the open and that the decisions that you're making there's accountability. So for you, you want to build and maintain that trust. But also the purpose of the training is to kind of help you stay away from avoidable legal problems and embarrassing headlines. And I will tell you right now, from past experience, back in a long time ago in my practice, this was 20 years ago, the partner of the law firm that I worked for, he was the counsel for a school board, a school district. He couldn't go, and so he had me fill in one night. He's like, be careful, they don't follow the rules. So when I went in there, they started discussing, oh, we're going to hire so-and-so's brother as our janitor, and we're going to hire so-and-so's sister as our bus driver. All the sorts of things you're not supposed to be doing. They were making decisions on stuff, in that meeting. And I was like, wait, you guys, you're not supposed to be doing this because you have a public meeting afterwards where you're supposed to discuss this. And they did not care at all. And so then when we went into the public meeting afterwards, the reporter was there, and the next day in the paperwork, in the paper, it was how they had not followed the Open Public Meeting Acts that they had in Indiana at the time. That was the state, so it was a different law. But it was they clearly had pre-decided all of these different things. It was obvious from their discussion and the way that they voted that they had discussed all of this stuff in their closed meetings, and so that came out in paper. So I don't know, they did not really seem to have any shame over it, and they just continued to do whatever they wanted about it. But that stuff will come out in headlines. If it looks like you have made a decision in a closed meeting and there's not the type of deliberation that you would normally have on that issue out in front of the public, the press will pick up on that, and they should. So, right, because it is a violation. So anyway, so it's to help you avoid any kind of legal challenges and just kind of support you in the better decision making.
Tracy.
Yes.
So when we do have a closed meeting and we make a decision, or I guess, I don't know, like, so we just had a closed meeting, we didn't make any decisions, but we gave you guidance or something, like,
Yes.
then you can, but we didn't bring up anything outside of that, or like, what
No
is
vote
okay
is
and what's
taken,
not?
right?
Oh, okay.
Like, so you're not voting, like,
Okay.
yeah. So,
Okay.
yeah, we will have the conversations that are, we'll go over the closed meeting, like, things that you can go into a closed session and what you can discuss in this closed session as a city council. So, we will talk about that and we'll see the decision. But there you go, that's kind of the purpose, it's just to kind of help you maintain that public trust, stay clear of the legal issues that you could potentially walk into, and then just help you with your decision making and the way you engage. And as the mayor alluded to, you have to check off your annual training requirements. This is in statute, you have to have annual training on the Open and Public Meetings Act, so we are helping you comply with that. With this, okay, so why it exists. This is in the legislature's own words. This is actually in the statute itself under their Declaration of Public Policy. And it says, state, its agencies, and political subdivisions, which is you, your political subdivision, exist to aid in the conduct of the people's business. It is the intent of the legislature that they, political subdivisions, agencies, and state, take their actions openly and conduct their deliberations openly. So that's the key word, is open.
And
But there you go.
the state legislatures follows this too, which is great.
I won't speak to that. Okay, so, oh, my little thing didn't come up. Okay, what name do we call the Open Public Meetings laws? Anybody know?
A dork, I guess. I don't know.
What's the name we call these types of laws? Oh, okay, there we go. It came up. It just was spaced out. Open meeting laws are called what kind of laws? Here are your choices.
Sunshine laws.
That's right. Good job.
I just read about it in my admin law.
Okay, yes, it's sunshine laws, right? It comes from that phrase from Louis Brandeis, who was the Supreme Court Justice, that sunshine is the best disinfectant. Okay, so let's go through just really quickly with some of the key definitions are in the Open and Public Meetings Law Act. So that way you can see what a meeting is and what it is not, right? So, just going through this really quickly, a meeting is defined as a gathering of a public body, you are a public body, with a quorum present that is convened by an individual with authority to convene the public body, right? So like you've got all these steps that it's gotta meet. Following the process provided by law for convening the public body for the express purpose of acting as a public body to receive public comment about a relevant matter, deliberate about a relevant matter, or take action on a relevant matter. So what you'll notice what's not in here is that like it has to be convened by someone with authority. So this meeting
This is a change, right?
of the definition. This one
Yes.
didn't, not recently.
Last year.
Last year. Yeah. I guess recently as of last year, but not this session. But you'll notice what it isn't, which is like if Bryn and Catherine run into each other at the grocery store and then Fred, you show up, like that's not a meeting under this act. It wasn't convened by somebody with authority to do any kind of like deliberation on a public matter. So keep that in mind.
What about the aliens?
What about the alien?
True.
Okay, quorum. Let's talk about quorum. The definition in the law is it means a simple majority of the membership of a public body unless otherwise defined by applicable law. And we have in our own rules of Draper City Council, the meeting rules and procedures, that we've defined a quorum as 3 members of the council shall constitute a quorum. So now you know, there's our quorum definition. Public body. That is defined as any group of 2 or more persons officially created that has the power to expend, disperse, or is supported in whole or in part by tax revenue and has the authority to do the public's business. So we meet that definition as Draper City, you as Draper City Council, and then with your boards, commissions, and committees when you're exercising governmental authority on behalf of the city. There you go, public body. Okay, if a public body is convened in a meeting with a quorum present, then that meeting must comply with the act, right? So you're kind of meeting like what you've got to do and you've got to comply with the act. And so that means the compliance in 3 basic areas to keep in mind is going to be notice, public access, and public record keeping of the meeting. Okay, and we'll just go through some of this really quickly because we have the benefit of a professional staff and recorder who does so much of this for us, that keeps you in compliance with it. So with regard to notice, one thing to keep in mind is that you have to have a minimum 24-hour public notice requirement for every meeting. So that is the minimum. You've got to get that notice out at least 24 hours in advance of the meeting. And then it's got to include these basic things. And it's really to tell the public where they can show up to like be present and watch you do your open deliberations. So it's got to have the agenda, the date, the time, and the place. And then if you have an annual schedule where you're publishing that, then that's got to be put out too, if you hold regularly scheduled meetings, which you do. And so we do publish that schedule, and then it's got to list the date, time, and place for all of those meetings. So there is the notice requirements. Now, proper notice, this is also, you've got to go through what's called a Class A method. So it's got to be on the Utah Public Notice website, and it's got to be on for the full 24 hours. So it's not like you can go on there, post it 24 hours in advance, and then take it off. I'm sure somebody's tried doing that, and so what they've said is not only does it have to be 24 hours in advance, but it has to be the full duration of that 24 hours as well. And so then you've got some additional things that you could do, like you can put it up like at City Hall, you can notice it, we have it on our website. So there's different ways that you can also be in compliance and add to your notice. Okay, I have not seen this since I've been here. Have you guys ever done an emergency meeting? Yes. Okay, so you can do this. This is the one exception to the 24-hour rule. It can be waived in unforeseen circumstances that create an emergency or an urgent need. So what still has to happen is you have to do the best notice practicable of time, place, and the topic to be considered. And then you have to make a good faith attempt to notify every member of the public body. So like we might have to call something like an emergency council meeting. We've got to make sure that we do a good faith effort of notifying all of you as council members that this emergency meeting is happening. And then a majority of the members must approve the holding of the emergency meeting. So that's a little bit different than quorum. It's got to be 4, the way that it would be defined. So to hold an emergency meeting is we need to have 4 of you authorized.
Does that include the mayor?
Wait,
So
what-
is it 5
Yes.
council members?
No, it includes mayor.
Okay.
So, because we're 6 council member. So yeah. So that would be
Wait, but he's not a voting member.
He's not, but like because of the way that we're structured, and it just says majority of members.
Majority of members
He's
not
a
voting.
member, no.
Yeah. So we just would need 4. And then you can only do final action on the topics that you actually noticed. So you wouldn't be able to do additional things if you hadn't put them on the notice for it. Okay, so let's talk about public access to meetings, because this is a crucial feature of it. So all meetings of the public body are open to the public unless properly closed under the law. So right, the default's always going to be that it's an open meeting and not a closed meeting. And that's going to include any workshop or like retreat or executive session or anything like that that you do. But when you have those, you just can't take a vote at those things. And then the public has the right to attend and observe all open meetings. So let's talk about public comment opportunities. So just think of the general rule that the public can attend the open meetings and they can listen to the discussions. And as long as they are following the valid time, place, manner, and germaneness rules, then they can do, we have set forth a process for public comment that they have to follow, then that does not constitute like a criminal trespass. So we do have that all set forth in our city council rules, policies, procedures. And this is what ours specifically say, just to kind of remind you about what specifically we can do with public comment. So under our rules, this is 5.2D, just kind of helpful for you to remember. So, you know, when you have the public come up for the general public comment and they can go off on whatever. So under our policies and procedures, it says no formal action can be taken off of that comment. So when you have somebody come up and they just say, hey, safety concern over at this intersection, or, right, you can follow up with staff on that, and you do that. But like you couldn't take formal action at the meeting because it hasn't been noticed. So that's why no formal action can be taken off of that general public comment right at the beginning of the meetings. We've got a 3-minute time limit imposed for public comment. And just as an aside, so I don't know if you know who this guy is. Armando Herman is his name, and apparently he goes to all of the Downey City city council meetings, and he specifically gets really offensive. You can see I had to edit this out. But like he had that sign set up so that the public could see it behind him. And they decided to reduce their 5-minute public comment rule down to 3. And then they had some debate about they wanted to go down to 2. But I think he's intentionally like kind of trying to troll them with this. So he's sort of become a fixture of that. That's why I used him. But we've got our 3-minute limit. And now one of the things our rules also says is that when they come up to make their comment, either in the general public comment or during the public hearing portion, their comments are supposed to be directed to the mayor. And they are not supposed to be presenting questions to the council or the staff. So it's just supposed to be, right, their presentation. And you've noticed a lot of times they'll ask questions. They don't seem to understand that, like, this is for you to present your opinion. It's really on you to educate yourself on some of this stuff. But they use it as a question and answer period. And so I think they can raise things for you. Like, if they raise a question, they say, hey, I have a question about this, this, and this. Like, later on, you can say, oh, that's actually, right, that rings a bell for me. Let's ask our staff about that. You guys can ask the questions, but the public comment is just supposed to be directed at Mayor Walker and not to you or the staff. So the other thing they must do is state their full name and their residential address for the record. You can require that. And then what's kind of disqualified would be disruptive conduct. And that's strictly prohibited under our rules. So no yelling, no gesturing, no applause, no like personal comments, like they couldn't come in and say something, mean about one of the council members when it gets personal or slanderous. So that is against our rules too. And that person can be escorted out. So if they do engage in any of this, we could ask police chief to escort them out. So immediate removal, and then potentially they could be subject to like civil or criminal laws depending on the extent of what their behavior is, right? It could be disorderly conduct if it goes too far. And then our public hearing comments, they kind of go, it's the same. Our public hearing comments just follow the same rules as our general public comment.
And on those little cards that they can fill out at the, the back, are any of these listed? Like these, like no yelling, gesturing?
Yeah, they're all listed.
That's on the little card.
I'm not sure.
It is.
Is it? Okay. So
We've only had to do it. I think I've only had to do it like 2 or 3 times, but we had one guy that just about got taken out by Rich. Can't remember what it was about. I thought it was corn. I remember it was mad. Somebody was mad and had some. You remember that clip? And I think it was Pat. I don't think Pat had to take him out, but he got up to take him out and he stopped. I won't laugh.
Well, and I think too, like when they get into really disrespectful behavior, like it's one thing because you've got a First Amendment right to like express your opinion, but when you start to veer into things that become disruptive, and like we had one guy I remember one time who was sitting from the back and he kept on yelling, swear word, yeah, and several people could hear it, and I think I don't quite know who it was directed to, but as I was thinking through it, I was like, it's disrespected of you as the council. It's disrespected to staff because we're all here putting in work on this. But it's also disruptive to the public because so many of these people have taken time off from their life, right? Like they're not with their kids. They have specifically come to participate in this, and it's a waste of their time to be exposed to it too. So I think it's disrespectful to the public when we have people who don't follow rules that they're willing to follow. Okay. I don't know if we have time for this.
We can't have a rule though that there's no expletives or offensive language.
We do have. It is in there. So I think it says, personal or slanderous comments.
Yeah.
I don't know if we get into obscenity, but obscenity is not protected by the First Amendment, right? So if they start getting into like that kind of stuff, I think you can say, we won't tolerate that. That you're becoming disrespectful to everybody. If we have time, I don't know that we do, we're about 1:45. There's a little clip. Has anybody seen this? Okay, I can do this. I don't know how to do this actually.
It's kind of hard with that rule when our president tweets.
True.
So use the mouse to click on it.
Yeah, can you click on that, Kelly?
Like, I'll
This
click
one
on
right
it,
here.
Different rule. Whole different rule, right?
So this really happened.
The April 15th tax deadline is coming. Last refund is a few steps away with TurboTax.
Please come forward to the microphone, state your name and address for the record so that the clerk can keep our records. Thank you.
It's New Jersey.
Locking and popping.
Mr. Dilly has started your time.
Get rid of it. Pretty good for an old dude. You have to say his name and address for us first.
Yeah.
Or interpreting.
They said they started his time.
Yeah. And you'll notice the council handles this really well.
That dude's.
It's surprising that no one else has that face.
He popped his collar too. He's all in. Glasses on his head, cracking up.
You can kind of, yeah, see what they're like, what?
How was everyone's weekend? Did anyone go anywhere fun? I got back, I went to Mexico. But not, I just went to visit some family in Monterey. There's no beach there. So it's a beautiful town, there's a lot of history. And it's like, yeah, really nice.
Yeah.
Anyone here afraid of flying?
She's like clearly wasting their time, right?
Yeah. Well, I guess
I'm glad you're picking up on that. We make him state his name and address.
Yeah, that's all
I
right.
think they knew who he
You
was.
have to do that before he breaks.
Yeah.
Did you know I can do the back spin? Anybody? Want to see me do the back spin?
Brooke's like, yeah, sure.
I can do that. Can I do that here?
That lady's pissed.
That's impressive.
I think we have carpet.
Yeah.
We got carpet. I don't know if we could do this.
He's gonna bring his cartboard in.
It's like if anyone had any idea.
That's pretty good. I think I can do it.
He's testing their patience.
What's his purpose? That's what I'm trying
You'll
to.
see.
Why did our taxes go so much? We were told the referendum was going to bring it up for an average household about $400 a tank, and mine went up like $900. And I think we were told like that was from schools or something, but the school referendum said it would only go up, like I said, $400 on an average assessed home. So, wanted to know why it went up, if it did, much more than that.
The assessed value of the average home.
And, what extra expenses were incurred by the schools that were told the public when we voted on that referendum.
He's almost done.
You can't ruin a lot, but he's.
Yeah, he's not a good mood.
Good player.
Thank you, Mr. Dilly. I like the interpretive dance.
I like the interpretive dance. Okay, so we can go back. Because I wanted to ask you. Okay, so what would you do if you got this? If somebody comes up during public comment and they're doing interpretive dance up to it, because one, does he follow the time, place, manner, and germaneness rules? Like he's there at the right time, in the right place.
But his actions aren't relevant to what,
He's so close to that, and I think he knows that because it's the one thing that you don't have to do is when it's not relevant, then it's right. Like you want it to be relevant to the topic at hand. So he waits as long as possible, and then he brings up the actual like question of like why it's relevant. So that's why it's like he barely makes that one. So would you consider this disruptive?
I think so.
Right, under our rules, would you consider that disruptive? He's so calm, you can tell there's a little bit of performance going on with this, right? Like, I think he knows what his First Amendment rights are, and he's really skirting, like, he's right up on the edge. So, I don't know that you have most people that have done this level of analysis in terms of, like, what is permitted in public comment. But I wanted you just to see that as, like, how would you handle something like that? And, like, what's your tolerance level for something like this? And I would suggest, because he does do it fairly calm and he does make it relevant when he starts asking about the taxes at the end, he's probably within his First Amendment rights on this one. It's really just a question of like, how disruptive does that get? And it didn't seem like he was, I mean, he was looking for like some applause or something from like the audience. And that would have been.
I think talking back to the audience was disruptive.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, asking questions.
That's
Yeah.
what it is.
I don't.
Yeah. But anyway, so I just wanted you to kind of think about it, like based on what our rules allow for public comment, and like how would you be able to deal with
See, I would
something
think
like that?
if this were in our meeting and the person started asking questions like he was doing, I think the mayor, you've always been good at to correct them and say, hey, your comments are to be directed to me. I would see you doing that.
Oh, yeah.
So, and one thing is just.
I'd actually welcome a breakdance like that.
Oh,
Yeah.
As long as the name is
But just keep in mind when you see public comments, they have their First Amendment rights, right, to go up and say things, and as long as they follow the time, manner, place, and relevancy or germane rules, they're within their right to say what they're going to say. So, and it's really just a question of like.
But it can't be slanderous, though.
Exactly. Well, and that's not protected by the First Amendment, right? So, okay. So we'll just go through this really fast. Everything's open unless it's legally closed. So the default is always going to be that we're in open meetings, and that closure is the narrow documented exception. And then these are kind of just the 3 steps. And I was kind of like thinking about this as we went into closed session. We always started with an open session. So you can't convene in a closed. You always have to start in an open and then go to a closed. You need a 2/3 vote to close, and by name. So it's going to be recorded in the minutes who voted to close. So we've got to have your name in there. And then here's the reasons that would be applicable to a city council. So, right, if you're going to discuss an individual's character, not like a general department in your city, it's got to be an actual individual. And then you can do strategy sessions. We don't really run into collective bargaining, but this comes up pending or reasonably imminent litigation, which is the reason we had tonight. And then if you've got strategy sessions for the purchase or for the sale of real property. So either one, and that includes water rights. And it's because if you make this open, that can drive up the prices on things, and it just causes problems, right? So that's a valid reason why you can go into a closed session. You can also do deployment of security personnel, devices, or systems, right? Because that obviously is going to be something that is a security issue. And then investigative proceedings regarding allegations of criminal conduct. Those are the ones that are going to apply to you guys as a city council. Those are the reasons why we can go into a closed session. Okay. Then when we're in there, just make sure you stay, he says stay on target in Star Wars, but stay on the topic of the permissible topics. Public record keeping, the minutes, we have Nicole, she is our professional at this, but we have to keep them for all of the minutes. They've got some minimal requirements of what they have to contain. So it's going to be like summary comments by the public, the record of the votes. So that way anyone can go back and look at it, and they can see this is the things that were decided, and this is who voted for it, and this is what the public comment was. And then if we go into closed, we've got to list on the minutes the reason for the closure, where it was held, the names of those present, and then the vote by everyone who closed. And there's a little exception there, and it's just that you don't have to disclose the name of a person that would infringe on the competence necessary to fulfill the purpose of the closed meeting. So sometimes just the name of the person there would identify the purpose, and so that's when you can leave it off. Okay, so also closed meetings are recorded with 2 exceptions, and that is going to be if there's a discussion of the competence, physical, and mental health of an individual, and then no recording for the deployment of security devices. Otherwise, it's actually recorded, and then that recording is classified as a protected document under grandma, and we would not have to disclose it. certain liquid. That's kind of the general rule there. So, okay, 2 more things. So, this is where there are penalties on this one. If you were to disclose information that you gained in a closed session, that could potentially be a violation. So this is going to be a violation of the ethics law, the state ethics law for governmental employees and elected officers. So don't use information in a closed session in a way that benefits you personally or somebody that's in your family. That's kind of the gist of that one. And then the enforcement of this is generally going to be by the AG's office. Now, notice a member of the public who knowingly or intentionally violates, it's kind of a high bar, that's more on the criminal side. This is going to be a Class B misdemeanor if you violate the act. But the other thing that can happen is the public can bring a lawsuit if they notice that you have violated this act. And so they have to do it within 90 days of it, which is a really short time frame. It's 30 days for a bond issue, even shorter. They can force compliance, and then if they win, they will get their attorney's fees and their court costs for the prevailing party. So just know that there's the risk if you violate the closed provisions. That's it. All the presentation I have for you. Hopefully I'm getting you out in time.
You're 2 minutes early.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right,
We
thanks,
got a few
everyone.
minutes. Everybody take a few minutes and we'll. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our city council meeting this evening. I'm going to formally call our meeting to order. I do want to note for the record that we are at a quorum. We have 2 missing council members. Councilmember Michael Green is deployed under Title 10 of the United States Code and is not a participant in the meeting or the council proceedings in his deployment. He's gone, has been gone for a few months. Councilmember Lowry is out of town with her family and will not be participating. But we do have a quorum with Councilmember Dolan, Lowry, and Johnson present. So we can proceed with our city council business. First item is the Pledge of Allegiance. Jake Sorensen, our IT director, is going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you, Jake. The next item on our agenda, item number 3, is the proclamation for Arbor Day. I'm in the habit over the years of reading these proclamations, so bear with me. Arbor Day 2026, whereas in 1872, Sterling Morton proposed to the National Board of Agriculture that a special day be set aside for the planting of trees, and whereas this holiday, known as Arbor Day, was first observed in Nebraska with the planting of more than 1 million trees and is now celebrated throughout the nation and around the world. And whereas trees reduce the erosion of our precious topsoil by wind and water, cut heating and cooling costs, moderate temperature, clean the air, produce oxygen, and provide habitat for wildlife. And whereas trees are a renewable source, giving us paper, wood for our homes, fuel for our fires, and countless other wood products. And whereas trees in Draper City increase property values, enhance the economic vitality of business areas, beautify our community, and whereas Draper City has been recognized as a Tree City USA by the National Arbor Day Foundation and seeks to continue its tree planting practices. Now, therefore, I, Troy K. Walker, Mayor of Draper City, State of Utah, along with the members of the Draper City Council, do hereby proclaim April 24th, 2026 as Arbor Day in Draper City and urge all citizens to celebrate Arbor Day and to support efforts to protect our trees and woodlands. Will be signed this 7th day of April 2026. That takes us to item number 4. Item number 4 is an opportunity for the public to make general comments to the council. If you're here on any of the public hearing items that are coming up, we ask that you wait until those public hearing items are called to keep our record clear. But if you would like to make a general public comment, is there anyone that would like to make a general public comment? Let me first see if there's anyone that would like to. That would be anything you would want to bring up other than what was on the agenda. All right, I'm not seeing any general public comment, so we'll move on to item number 5. Item number 5 are items for a vote of consent by our council. Item 5A is approval of the minutes of the March 24th, 2026 City Council meeting. Item 5B is approval of Resolution 2614. It's a resolution appointing Joshua Best as an alternate member of the Draper City Planning Commission. Item 5C is approval of Resolution 2615, a resolution appointing Lindsay Simons as a member of the Draper City Community Engagement and Events Committee. Item 5D, approval of Resolution 2616, a resolution appointing Sandra Gonzalez as a member of the Draper City Historic Preservation Commission. Item 5E, approval of Resolution 2617, a resolution of Draper City Council approving a settlement agreement with Parcel Construction LC, DBA Builders Resource. And those items are set for consent. Council members, is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to approve the consent items.
I have a motion by Councilmember Johnson to approve the consent items, items 5A through E. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Lowry. Any further discussion on the consent items? All right, hearing none. Councilmember Johnson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilmember Lowry?
Yes.
Councilmember Dolan?
Yes.
All right, those items are approved by unanimous vote of the quorum, 3-0. Next item on our agenda. These next 2 items are the final 2 items, and they are in fact public. I'll take that back. There's a few more. I apologize. Item number 6A is next. It is a public hearing, and it's ordinance number 1716. It's an ordinance approving the Open Shaw Corner Development Agreement for approximately 1.44 acres of property located approximately 207 East, 13800 South within Draper City. We'll have a staff report to start that off with by Mr. Todd Draper. Come on up, Todd.
All right, thank you. As you mentioned, this is the Open Shot Corner Development Agreement. This has been to the Planning Commission for their recommendation, and I think you have all the different various documents that were sent to you as part of the packet. As you see here, we have the vicinity map. It's located at the corner of 138 South and Bangerter Highway. This is just the aerial. You'll see that it's currently vacant, and it's comprised of 7 parcels. And the land use is this commercial office and service use. You did pass the ordinance to change that to the regional commercial land use, should this development agreement be approved. And the same with the zoning, currently RA1 and OR, that would change to the CR zone. This is the concept site plan that was provided. As you'll notice, access is intended to come from the neighboring property and be provided through reciprocal cross-access easements and agreements. This, again, is just a concept where this would potentially have 2 buildings, possible drive-through access. Just to note that these drive-throughs do have the minimum stacking distance that we'd require and potentially more. There are a few things that they are asking for, and I'll kind of go through those here in a minute. This is also an alternate site plan that was presented should they end up developing before the neighbor and that access not be available. They did want to have the ability to have a temporary access until that other access was provided. And so that's what's represented here, and a potential different layout in a different building. This is one of the things that the city would be getting. This is just the right-of-way dedication map. You'll see that there is different colors for what would be kind of the construction and grading easement, where the public utility easement would be, and the section here in kind of brown, which will be the dedication. There's also a separate piece that may be vacated and a separate action back to the property owner. In the agreement, they have listed some use restrictions. This is just the quick list of those. These are things that would be excluded from being able to be on the property, with the exception of there is an exception built in there for the gasoline service station should the neighboring property not build one. As far as benefits to the city, whenever we do a development agreement, this is required that there is some benefit to the city. We've identified from the proposed development agreement that there would be, of course, the dedication of the land needed for the right-of-way improvements, the increased property and sales taxes, and other potential increases to city revenue through the construction and development of the site. We would also be getting those use limitations on potentially unacceptable uses at the corner, and then they would agree to restrict their building heights to 30 feet. As far as benefits to the developer, they would get that zone change ratified, if you will, to the CR zone. They would have some assurance that they would have vehicular access to the property by one of those 2 mechanisms or means. There would be the public utility installation to the property done as part of the roadway improvements. And then there would be some requests they've made for reductions in landscaping amounts. Rather than our typical 20%, they would like to have 10. And then they did request taking the perimeter minimum width from 10 down to 5, and then allowing for a complete reduction of landscaping in the parking area. The other 2 requests they're making here are to a parking reduction for smaller restaurants, to be able to park those at 5 spaces per 1,000, and a deviation to allow the building entrances to not have to face the street. Planning Commission did review this, like I had mentioned. They did forward a positive recommendation to the City Council on the 2 recommendations there, that they addressed the noted concerns of staff that we presented to the Planning Commission. And then the Planning Commission did recommend that the perimeter landscaping be kept to a minimum width of 10 feet. And that was on a 4-1 vote in favor of that positive recommendation. So just as a quick summary of the changes that were made to the development agreement between the one that was presented to the Planning Commission and the one that's been presented to you tonight, they did make the changes that staff was looking for with regards to Section 3.1, 7.1, Section 8 was removed and there was some renumbering, and the updated exhibits A and D. Most of those just were technical, clerical issues. There was a couple of issues that are before you tonight for some additional consideration. So in their amendment to what staff was looking for the proposed vehicular and pedestrian cross-access easement, they eliminated almost all of what was in there from the earlier version. And so there were some things that staff thinks should go back in. I've provided here on this slide, in the light blue there is what staff would recommend putting back in to the agreement. Essentially that they would be allowed that access onto 138th as a temporary if needed, and then just the additional specific details about construction of it to meet city standards, and then a time frame for removal of that once they acquired access through the neighboring property, and that access was constructed. And then just another clarification here in this section as well, that the master developer would be responsible for those costs associated with the temporary access and the removal of that. So that's just the staff suggested language, but it's an issue for consideration as to something you may want added into the agreement. The other outstanding issue, of course, is that minimum width of the landscaping at the perimeter that was recommended by the Planning Commission. Staff did not identify this as an issue with the Planning Commission and was supportive of the reduction to 5 feet. We did, however, as staff, recommend an increase in the planter islands, should they be installed, from their requested 4 feet to 5 feet, as 5 feet is the minimum needed to accommodate trees in those planter islands. And this is just what that suggested text would look like with the modification addition in blue and then what would be removed in the red. And just a couple of site photos here. This is just looking kind of towards the east, and then this is just looking towards the north there at the corner. I did put some suggested motions in here, whether you want to adopt it as proposed, adopt it with some specific language changes that you would like, and then authorizing the city manager and city attorney to make those changes in the agreement before it's presented to the mayor, or a finding for denial. And with that, do you have any further questions that I can help answer?
Questions for Mr. Draper?
I do. I have a question about the cross-access section.
Yes.
I think that's something that is critical to the success of this development as well as the adjacent development. And could you tell me exactly what the status of that is?
I cannot. The applicant might be able to better tell you where they're at. I know that the two parties have indicated they are agreed to some language in a agreement between the two of them for that easement and access, but I don't understand if they've been signed yet or not. So they would be typically required at the time of the site plan with staff, so we would typically not look for those as early in the process, but in this case, it's important to make sure that they're going to happen. And so that's why the request to maybe put that language in that states it will happen as a condition or requirement of the master development agreement.
Okay, and my second question is about the reduction in the parking requirement.
Mm-hmm.
Can you explain a little bit, like maybe what that might look like?
So a typical requirement is that 7% of the parking area here would be in landscaping. for commercial sites. They're requesting to reduce that, to be able to reduce that down to 0. Now, obviously, they have shown some of these planter islands in the parking. This design does have some planter islands on the ends. Typically, when we have head-to-head parking like this, our ordinance would require that they put an island down the middle between head-to-head as well. So approval of this would accept the changes to reduce that landscaping. As far as whether the 0% they're asking for or not is appropriate, I don't know. I can answer that. They can probably answer what their justifications were for that, but staff did not see necessarily a issue in this case given the smaller size of the site. Some of those things we've been getting from them as far as additional land to widen the road and take care of some traffic problems in the area. And I know that applicant's attorney at the Planning Commission explained, we've given up some land that could otherwise have been used for landscaping. We're looking to just reduce the landscaping component here to be able to utilize the site for whatever retail or commercial they do eventually develop.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. My last question is just the reduction in the parking requirement.
Yes.
That went to, I think, from 10 to 5 stalls or spaces per 1,000 square feet.
Mm-hmm. So the idea behind that is that these would be your smaller footprint size restaurants, the 2,500 square feet, and they wouldn't necessarily be the type that would have a lot of inside dining area. You'd be taking up most of that space with, say, kitchen, and then there would be more of the drive-through traffic. So in this case, where they're actually showing an excess of stacking, that kind of, in some ways, can also help balance that out. So more stacking spaces for the drive-through, and then they're looking to reduce the number of spaces for those smaller restaurants.
So more like casual takeout, eateries.
Yeah,
is what
takeout
we're
kind of thing,
thinking.
yeah. I don't have a specific restaurant brand or anything like that, but that's the intent.
Okay, thank you, Todd.
Yep.
Any other questions for Mr. Draper?
I guess just to emphasize on that parking, that's another important thing about this cross-access that would be important, because then the parking on the neighboring development would be available.
Not necessarily. They could make their own agreements to that. Our ordinance requirement is really about the vehicular maneuvering between the properties and not about the parking. The idea being that it's a benefit to the city when someone does not have to go into a site, come back out, drive around the city streets to get back to something that's literally on the other side. So this helps reduce traffic as well by requiring that cross-access.
And I want to clarify, too, with that cross-access, that is reviewed there at the site plan phase. So we can make this conditional with improving this development agreement on that cross-access is established and signed at the time of the site plan.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yep, we could do that. I think our staff recommendation is simply that we kind of memorialize it in the agreement that is a requirement.
Anybody else? Any questions, Mr. Draper?
Really quick, the height in this, how high are these buildings? I would assume it's the same as the rest of the development for the...
So they are agreeing to limit these to 30 feet in height. Okay. And Jennifer might correct me if I've mistaken this, but I believe the maximum height in the CR zone is 45 feet. So they are agreeing to a reduction in height.
And the one other question I had, just to understand changing the landscaping requirement to 0%. So as we're looking at this, like you said, there are some planters in this. If this is agreed upon, this development agreement, then are those required to be in there? Or if the 0% is is a part of that, then they could take those out if they wanted, or how does that work?
They could reduce the landscaping actually in them. We would still require in most of this design some kind of separation, whether that's curbing or something like that between drive aisles, parking spaces. The other component, of course, is the overall landscape, which they're asking to reduce to just 10%. That component within the parking area also contributes to the overall site landscaping. So if they, in this case and scenario here, they might be really close to not meeting the 10% without adding some to the parking. So they may have to add some to the parking just to meet that 10% requirement. But obviously, there are some limits, especially with such a long shared access along that north side.
Mm-hmm. So even with the 0% for the parking, there is a 10% requirement for the whole parcel?
Yes, for the overall site, yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Draper? All right, thank you, Todd.
Thank you.
The way this works, I know probably most of you have been to a meeting before, but because the applicant is applying, they get to speak next. They also get the final last word and rebuttal. So we'll take the applicant now on item 6A, ordinance number 1716, if the applicant wants to address the council. Who's doing it? Come on up. Give us your name and address, if you would, please.
Good evening. Charlie Openshaw is my name. 2230 North University Parkway in Provo. And I'm happy to just answer any questions that you have. I know some concern is if we have an agreement, an access agreement, and I think we've become best friends now with our neighbors. So I think we intend to execute that after this meeting, actually. So I think we can put that to bed finally as far as the access agreement. And I'm happy to answer any other questions you might have.
So your access agreement is completed and ready to execute?
Correct.
All right. Anybody else have any questions for Mr. Openshaw? All right, sir, we'll give you the last word if you need it or want it.
Thank you.
After the public comment. All right, next is public comment on this item 6A, ordinance 1716. Those of you that have been here before, you know how we do it. The clock to my right is set for 3 minutes. You get 3 minutes. You don't have to use them all, but you certainly can if you want to. But you only get 3 minutes. So when your time's up, it'll buzz. Please then take a seat and let the next person come. I'll let anyone that wants to address the council on this item speak. I do have some cards, which I'm going to call through first. They're not in any particular order. I didn't select the order. I just put them together. Our meeting rules, if you haven't been here, are simple. Come to the podium, give us your name and your full address in Draper, or wherever you live. That'll start the time. Address your comments to me. If you want to ask questions, understand they're rhetorical. The council's not going to engage you in question and answer session. It's an opportunity for the council to hear you and make your comments. They may address it later in their deliberations, but they won't engage you in a conversation. Also remember, we don't do applause or any outbursts and that kind of thing. Just come up. Please be respectful of our time and process. Like I say, I'll give everyone an opportunity to speak that wants to. First person up on the card list is Mr. Bob Clark. Bob, come on up, sir.
I'm on the next one.
Oh, all right. All right. Oh, you know what? Maybe there's more on that. Sorry. My eyes are getting worse. All right. Well, is there anyone here that would like to address the council on 1716? Come on up, sir. Give us your name and address, please.
So my name is David York, and I live at 438 Morning Ridge Circle. In December, the City Council told residents they would only approve a zoning change if 3 things happen. First, you required a DA to adequately address 4 areas: traffic mitigation, roadway improvements, infrastructure funding, and phasing. I reviewed the DA, not made public until today. Traffic mitigation, the DA contains no traffic study and no mitigation plan. Roadway improvements, the DA contains no binding commitments with enforceable standards. Infrastructure funding, no dedicated funding mechanism, no cost determination or allocation, and no construction schedule. Phasing, the developer can build virtually whatever they want, whenever they want, in whatever order they choose. You required 4 things. The DA addresses none of them. Second, you required the city engineer to determine the necessary right-of-way. Section 4 of your ordinance says the rezoning was granted, quote, in express reliance on that determination. But the city engineer determination does not exist in the record. So your second condition wasn't met. Third, in the ordinance, you promised residents 4 months to review a completed development agreement. You established a December 29 deadline that for a completed DA that wasn't even released until today, giving 0 days for the impacted neighbors to review it. So your third condition wasn't met. Here's where we stand. You set 6 overall requirements. None have been met. Your own ordinance says that if the conditions aren't met, the ordinances automatically become null and void, and the property remains RA1. The developer failed to meet your conditions. This should be an easy vote. But if you're still not willing to follow through on what you said you would do, I will personally pay for an independent traffic study by Focus Engineering, a firm with no ties to the developer or the city, based on this exact project and the next one, and I will bring it to the city council at the next meeting. And unlike the developer, I can meet the deadlines. So you have 2 choices tonight. 1, do what your ordinances require. The conditions weren't met, say no. 2, if for some reason you need more certainty, delay 3 weeks for independent verification. Either way, do not approve this tonight based on incomplete information and unmet conditions. You made 3 promises to your neighbors in December. Keep them. At the end of the day, a city council should represent its citizens and should do so with clarity, transparency, and integrity. Last year, you said if the DA failed, which it does, that you would not sign it and this project would not proceed. Do what you said you would do.
Thank you. No applause, please. Folks, I'll clear the room if we're going to do that. I have my rules. I'm fair. Is there going to be any more of it? We'll have you leave if you do. That's our rules. Please abide by them. Who would like to be next on this item? Come on up.
Carolyn Phippen, 363 Brown Farm Lane, Draper. Very little that I can add to what was already said, but a couple little things. We know that there are issues with the traffic study. They've been identified. I know it's been brought to you guys. There have been professionals hired to take a look at the traffic study that was done, and it does not account for all of the drive-throughs on the other property. Certainly then adding a whole bunch here will just massively impact traffic on 3rd East that is already almost unnavigable during rush hours. Second thing, landscaping is a really big deal. I had a discussion with Bill Keach, who used to be head of USGS for the state. There are 2 things that are causing our aquifers to sink in the state of Utah. Number 2 is we're not watering enough. I know no one wants to hear that. And number 1 is we are covering everything with concrete and asphalt. And so we have massive runoff. Aquifers are actually draining, and we will see sinkage, and it will take generations for those to recharge. That is something we need to be very aware of anytime we put in a bunch of asphalt, that there is enough green space and enough water that can be absorbed into the ground to recharge those aquifers. Thanks.
Thank you. Who'd like to be next?
My name is Christina Kessler-Day. I live at 448 Brown Farm Lane. And I just want to point out that there's connectivity with this site plan that's up on the screen right now and Bigger Crossing, and everything that you decide regarding the 2 affects the other. And so I want to make sure everybody's aware of that, including in the audience. There are a few other things I want to mention, and that is that we have gotten together as a neighborhood and met with just about everybody in city government that we could meet with, including the mayor and the city council, including the developer himself. We have expressed concerns regarding not just Brown Farm, but the adjacent neighborhoods to the north and further west of us. And we have told everybody what we're concerned about regarding this entire corner. And I also think it's important to bring up the point that this is being done because Draper City is concerned about having to raise taxes for property. They need money. Policy has been implemented in Washington, D.C. that is trickling down to local governments. They need somebody to fund their cops, and they are going to sacrifice our neighborhood so that they can get some commercial property tax in. And I think it's important that everybody realizes that. And what Draper City really needs to do is bite the bullet and raise property taxes instead of making just a small, disposable neighborhood pay for it. I really mean that. Thanks.
Thank you. Good luck. Be next.
Hello, my name is Lane Lewis. I live at 13726 South Brown Farm Lane. I can see this development from my kitchen window. I've come to every meeting. I haven't really commented, but I do need to express my frustration that I don't feel like we have been representative. I feel like we've changed this entire zoning, and then after we, made all of those changes, or, made that major change, we've made so many exceptions to the rules, like the lighting, the traffic, the landscaping. It seems like those are things that, would have been addressed had we kept the zoning in the first place. And now we've made changes that are significant. The site of the signs. Additionally, this access. If you're in this development and you want to go to South Mountain, you either got to go up to 3rd East. I go on 3rd East every single day, and sometimes it's difficult for me to turn right. Now they're going to try and turn right here and get over all of these lanes of traffic to turn left. That's not going to happen. They're going to go up to 3rd East. Everyone's going to go up to 3rd East. And I agree with what was said earlier about the need for a traffic study, a significant traffic study. I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you. Who would like to be next? All right, if there's no further public comment on 1716, I'll close the public comment period. Mr. Openshaw, did you want to address any of the questions, or do you want to have the last word? You're welcome to, if you want. Come on up.
I would just say that as far as addressing the traffic issue, we did that once before, years ago, when 138th was widened. We dedicated and we conveyed land, and we actually tore down 4 houses, income-producing houses, to make that happen. And so now we're just trying to make sure that we're able to develop our property if we're going to give up or reconvey land again. So that, I just thought that context was probably maybe helpful to understand.
Hold on a second. Any questions for Mr. Openshaw? All right, thank you, sir.
Thanks.
All right, council members.
Mr. Mayor, I want to make a couple of comments here regarding this parcel, and Mr. Openshaw addressed it too, as far as some exchange of land for traffic mitigation. I want to make it clear that that traffic mitigation has been one of the things that we've looked at on this application, and the roadway improvements are going to take place and are taking place even if this is approved or not. And there is also the infrastructure funding that is in place for that. So I want to make everyone clear that there are improvements, and you guys hopefully have seen those plans on 138th and Bangerter that is going to improve the flow of all of this, including an intersection on 300 East and 138 South. So those are being addressed. Also, I want to make it clear in that we are doing what we said we would do, in that we've done our best, or I've done my best to listen to any of you that have come and voiced your concerns or invited me to come to your home and talk, and I sincerely have done my best to listen. And this 4 months to review this development agreement, we need to understand that there was a deadline to complete the application for this development agreement by December 31st, and that there would be 4 months of us to give time to go over this development agreement, not to have it completed and then review exactly what it was on December 31st. That's what's given us the time for us to talk and listen to everyone, and to also work through this with this applicant. And there is a big, important thing here that I was ready to kill this without having this even heard today, without that cross-access agreement that I'm appreciative that Mr. Openshaw has been able to work out, which is an important thing in hearing what the residents have asked, that if we develop this, that we develop it smart. And that has been one of the important things, that we do that. And so I just want to make it understood that we're doing our best to hear and address the different concerns that everyone has.
Thank you, Mr. Lowry. I agree with what you've said about the work and time, especially from our staff that's gone in to analyzing this plan. I still do have concerns about that cross-access being specifically addressed within this development agreement, because I think that is just imperative for the success of this site. And then I do have some hesitations about the 0% landscaping. I do think that what we're seeing as we've done this xeriscaping is that it's having negative impact on the environment and, temperatures, surface temperatures. So I would like to see a little bit more flexibility in that. I feel like that 0%, it's something that if it's utilized at 0%, I think that would be fairly negative overall. So those are my two concerns that I have with this. And I would address the traffic, that we've looked at that. And I think you'll see that later on this evening is what's being addressed in the other development agreement. But, from what I see from this picture, I think that the city and other entities have done a good job about trying to address the issues that are currently on 138th South and that will be there in the future.
I just wanted to ask the staff if we know, so I know these improvements are going in no matter what happens with the development agreements. Do we know the timing for this 138th dedicated right lane, and then also some sort of improvement at 3rd East and 138th South?
The improvements that you're talking about does require dedication of property. So that's all part of this, is that the property would be dedicated, and then once that's dedicated, which I'm told will happen very quickly, construction is ready to go. And
so that would be in advance of something opening here?
That's correct.
Okay, thanks.
Now, Mr. Cooley, the construction that's ready to go is the road improvements. We still have to separately
work to the light, the traffic signal at 3rd East and 138, correct?
That's correct. The city will do that. I believe that it's been recommended that the city do that and pay for that design and the construction of that signal that will go in at 3rd East and 138 South.
And can that coincide with the construction season of the other improvements?
That will not coincide. It will be next year.
Okay. That answer your question?
Mr. Mayor, I guess I do have a question from Mr. Openshaw regarding the landscaping. Maybe if you could come up. I think, Bryn, you brought up an important point about that landscaping, and can you kind of address, you've got some of these areas set aside for the landscaping, but what can be done to address that?
Well, we hadn't, again, to give you a little context, we hadn't designed a site plan before we made a parking request, essentially, a landscape request. So, as you can see in our site plan, we do have some parking. The 0% is just for the parking landscaping. It's not for the site landscaping. It's just for the parking. But we have designed some landscaping parking or some landscaping within the parking area as well, as you can see on the site plan. I don't know off the top of my head what percentage that is, but our intent was to design as much landscaping as we could in the parking area, while still being able to build something economically and feasibly viable.
Staff, do you have an idea about what percentage that would be?
I don't. We haven't done that calculation. If the council is interested in placing a requirement on the development agreement that landscaping in the parking lot be provided, you could word it to require landscape islands at the ends of parking rows, and then staff, when they come in for their site plan, be specifically looking for those parking lot islands just at the ends of the rows, with the remainder of the standards as far as like the strict 7% not being required.
Well, and there's more than that. Just at the end of the rows, there's also landscape areas next to adjacent to the buildings as well.
So I guess just want to clarify, this is not a zero landscape project.
No.
I think it was 10%, right? The 10% is in the agreement that there's 10% landscaping.
10% overall for the entire property. And then the code will require 7% within the parking lot area itself, and that counts towards the overall site. So with the development agreement, the language says they're allowed to have 0% in the parking lot, but if they do islands at the ends of the rows, that the islands only have to be 4 feet wide. So that's what it says right now. So if you want to require the islands, I think that's something that you can include in your motion.
But with that, the state that 10% of the landscape, 10% of the entire site consists of landscaping.
Yes. And that standard is in the development agreement right now.
But then if we do require the parking landscape, if that coincides with the overall 10%, then we could see less landscaping development overall. Does that make sense? Like that maybe it wouldn't be like surrounding the perimeter or something, because they could have used that percentage into the parking lot, and we would see less around the perimeter. Whereas if we say 0, we would see more around the perimeter, because they would need to fill that 10% requirement around the perimeter or on the actual pad sites.
Potentially. The overall could be anywhere on the property. So the overall landscaping percentage It's what's adjacent to the road, what's in the parking lot, what's along the building frontage. So it's all the landscaping. So that overall percentage doesn't really say it has to be in a certain location.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Openshaw?
No, thank you. I guess the question is, do we have landscaping be required at the ends of the parking rows, or do we just state that 10% of the property include landscaping, whether it's at the end of the rows or throughout the property?
Is that 10%? That 10% is not a concession, that's our code?
Our code is 20%. So the 10% is a reduction.
I see.
But with that, I think the reason why we're saying 10% is because of the amount of land that's been deeded over for us to make these road improvements, which are a very vital and important thing to the city, regardless of what's developed on this property.
And just from the overall concept, so that we'll have a sidewalk and a park strip on Bangerter, which will have trees. Is that correct? For the overall, and so it might just be this parcel on this piece on 138th that had to, be.
So there won't be a park strip on Bangerter.
Okay.
Yeah.
But there'll be a sidewalk
Yes.
there, right? And then there'll be street trees on the interior part of the development.
Yeah, so if there's no park strip, our code allows the street tree requirements to be on the property, and so trees within 15 feet of the right-of-way count towards the street tree requirement.
Ask that question. I didn't hear exactly what you're saying. Maybe ask. Let's ask Jan.
Would it be possible to do a landscaping range for this site, depending on what works within the site plan, rather than saying 10%, say 10 to 20%?
You could. I don't think that really gets you anything, though, because their minimum is 10%. So as long as they hit that base, staff will be approving it.
Okay.
So I think what you could do is you could look at, if you want a bigger percentage, add that bigger percentage in, or if you want to say, you're fine with the 10% overall, but the parking lot landscaping, put a percentage. Our code requires 7. They've already kind of indicated that may be difficult for them. So is 4% or 5% sufficient? Again, I haven't done the calculation to know what their concept plan shows. It could also just reference that they provide those end landscape islands at the end of parking rows as shown in the concept plan.
So is it feasible to have 10% of the property in landscaping outside of that parking area and then include the landscaping at the ends of the parking rows to not count towards the 10%?
Yeah, again, I haven't done the calculations for their concept, but yeah, if you wanted to do that, you may want to ask the applicant their thoughts on it, but yeah.
Yeah. I think that's a fair question. Yeah, Mr. Openshaw.
Mr.
We're giving
Openshaw,
you
can you get your
exercise.
steps in?
You're ruining my escape plan.
You're doing good. How about if we make the proposal that the property is outside of the parking area, 10% of that is landscaped, and then landscaping provided at the end of the parking rows does not go towards that 10%. Especially if we make the concession of saying they don't have to be, what did you say, Jan? It was, they could be 4 feet instead of 5 feet?
Yes, so the development agreement is calling for those islands to be 4 feet. Staff in Todd's presentation called for it to be widened to 5.
If we widen, here's why I'm sort of pushing back on widening the landscaping at the end of the parking rows, is because that if we widen that one more to 5 feet, we lose 2 parking stalls, 4 parking stalls. And parking's a premium, as we all know. But so I think with 4 feet, I think the concern was we couldn't plant trees in 4 feet. I think you can still plant trees in 4 feet. That's our intent. But it's hard to repeat your question one more time. Make sure I understand.
Well, landscaping be provided at the ends of the parking rows, in addition to outside of the parking row area, that there be 10% of that property be landscaped.
I think we're probably okay. I'm hesitant because I don't remember what our exact parking ratio or landscape ratios are. I think we're okay with that, especially as we count the landscaping around the buildings.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm probably pretty comfortable with that. But
So just the parking stalls is what we're talking about, and we're not talking about what's around the buildings will not count towards the parking.
No, but what's around landscaping around the buildings would count towards the 10% of landscaping.
Right, but not with.
But so it would be the 10% plus the parking end caps.
Correct.
So then it's more than 10%, but there's not, then you're losing the requirement. Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense if that, yeah.
Yeah, so the current proposed language is the overall minimum percentage of required landscaping, 10%. The perimeter is 5 feet of perimeter landscaping. And then the current proposed language in the development agreement is to reduce the landscaping percentage in the parking lot to 0, but in the event that they put the end caps as shown on this concept site plan, the landscaping islands may be as narrow as 4%. Now, I don't know why that would not count to the overall 10%. If they, so the way it's worded is they could go without anything in the parking lot, or they can put something in the parking lot, but I'm not sure I understand why that would not count to the overall 10% of the site.
The reason why we're saying is to be able to increase this landscaping beyond 10%.
Right.
Is our reasoning.
I see, okay. And remember, you'd also have a minimum 5% on the perimeter. That adds towards the 10%.
Wait, can you repeat that? What did you just say?
5 feet along the perimeter. Yeah. So the development agreement is calling for 5 feet of landscaping width along the property perimeter, so along the road.
Yeah, that accounts for part of the 10%
Yes.
landscaping, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And because it's 5 feet, then we can have trees.
Yes.
In that.
Right, and as has been pointed out, the trade-off for this particular site is, as Mr. Lowry has pointed out, the dedication along 138th, but also part of the concession is that cross-access really takes out the northern boundary of his development in which you could put landscape. So the actual area in which you can put landscape has been greatly diminished to meet the city's needs as well as create a better flowing project overall.
I think that cross-access is, I think, like Bryn said earlier, like a requirement of the success of this and making it a positive development for the city. And so that to me, is a rationale for some reduction in the landscaping to make sure that that cross-access is there.
Okay, so are we good with the wording that landscape be provided at the ends of the parking rows that do not count towards the 10% of the required landscaping on the rest of the property?
I like that, sorry, but and I don't know if we
I'm okay with that.
do it that way, can we keep them at 4 feet and not have trees, but have other, water-wise landscaping in
Yeah,
there?
I mean, that's up to you. If you're comfortable with the 4-foot width, with, shrubs and that kind of thing, then that's fine. Staff can't require trees with anything less than 5 feet.
But they could. They could require a tree in a 4-foot planter.
They don't grow.
Well, they grow in the diamonds, in the parking lot diamonds you see that are that's way smaller than 4 feet. Which I agree with you, they don't grow there, but most cities still require them.
With the 4 feet at the end of the parking, if they have trees, so you're saying that we can't require trees, but if they plant, they can plant trees if they want to.
They could, yes.
Interesting.
But we can require trees along the 5 feet along the perimeter of the property. And is that required right now in the?
Yes, our code requires.
Is requiring those trees.
Mm-hmm.
So I think whatever the developer wants to plant in those rows of the parking, as long as we have the landscaping, that's the key, in my view.
So are you okay to keep them at 4 feet?
I think it's important that that's a compromise. You've got to keep some parking there too, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree.
We're talking 1 foot.
Yeah.
So I think the parking there becomes important to make it
Especially
feasible.
because there's a reduction in parking, I think we want to keep parking.
Thank you. You guys have any other questions?
I would like to remind the council, staff's recommended language changes on the cross-access and temporary access. Any motion would need to include that language.
I also think it sounds like the agreement is, I don't know if the language covers it. It sounds like the agreement is like imminent, but I would think that needs to be, this needs to be contingent on that. And maybe that's what the staff recommended language is.
It makes it an absolute requirement that it happen.
Okay.
If Kyle, if you want to bring that up, I'll sign that in front of them so they can see that how imminent it is. But
my recommendation to him is that I won't sign anything unless the cross-access agreement is executed. So you might want to break that out of the briefcase if that's what you're going to do, if that's what they want to do.
sure, I have no problem with it.
Well, and it won't be approved with the site plan without it being signed.
So section 2.5 of the agreement, just in any motion that you make, include the recommended staff changes. This really is just adding back in the language on the temporary access and the requirements for when they're allowed to have the temporary access and when that temporary access goes away.
Mm-hmm. Well, I feel like that's pretty clearly worded there on the access there. So,
thank you, Mr. Openshaw. Unless we call you back.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to make a motion,
Go ahead, sir.
and I'm asking other council members to correct me if I don't word this in the way that we're intending. I'd make a motion that we approve Ordinance 1716, which is item 6A, on the condition that also that we follow the wording that's been provided by staff as far as in sections 2.5 and 2.92. In addition, that landscaping be provided at the end of the parking rows, in addition to 10% of landscaping being provided in other areas of the property.
All right, that's a motion to approve based with the conditions of adopting the language of 2.5 and 2.92, and that whole landscaping discussion you had, frankly, I'm lost on it.
And one other motion that, Mayor, you won't sign this agreement until the cross-access agreement has been signed and executed.
Condition would be, I'm not authorized to sign it until I see an executed cross-access agreement.
Correct.
All right, that's the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Ms. Johnson. Any further discussion on the motion?
I just want to make sure that motion, like, cover staff is comfortable that covers what we're trying to say.
I think there's just a clarification on that 2.9.2. You do want the suggested language in. I don't know if we can roll 2 slides forward.
That was the motion.
Yes.
Yeah. And the suggested language of 2.92.
Yes, 2.5 and 2.92.
So,
You had
yeah,
some
so I
strict-
don't think that's.
That one, I'm sorry, maybe I'd.
Yeah, so you,
2.92.
you don't want to include that based on the conversation.
Correct. It needs to be net to 4 feet instead of 5 feet.
Yeah, so,
No, that's.
so the change that you've included for the discussion on landscape islands being provided in addition to the 10%, 2.92 and 2.93 will need to be amended to include that language, not what's shown here.
That's what you want.
Yes, correct.
That's the motion, to amend the language.
Yes.
To accept 2.5, but amend the language to 2.9.2 and 2.9.3.
Yes.
All right, your second stands on that? Or second does? Okay.
Yes.
Any further discussion? All right, hearing on Fred, how do you vote?
Yes.
Bryn, how do you vote?
Yes.
Catherine, how do you vote?
Yes.
Items approved unanimously 3-0 with the quorum present. That takes us to item number 6B. Is also as a public hearing. It's ordinance number 1717. It's an ordinance approving the Bangor Crossroads Development Agreement for approximately 17.88 acres of property located at approximately 13782 South, 300 East within Draper City. We'll have another staff report again by Mr. Todd Draper. Go ahead, Mr. Draper.
All right, thank you. Like the last one here, located in the same area and vicinity at 138th and Bangor Highway. Also vacant, slightly larger. I believe it was 17.88 acres. Also 7 parcels that it's comprised of. It is in the residential medium density and residential low medium density land use. Again, ordinances have been approved to change that to the regional commercial land use designation. And then also, currently, this is all RA1 with the ordinances that would allow it to go to the CR zone should the development agreement be approved. This is the master site plan that was submitted with the application. You'll note a couple of things here. It has access points on 300 East, the one that we were just discussing over here on 138 South. And then one over on Bangerter Highway that is a turn, a left-hand turn as you come in from the freeway, and then also a right in, right out over here on 150 East. The parking is central to the site, and there's an anchor tenant towards the east side, back along 300 East, with a junior anchor tenant or tenants to the north, and then the 3 pad sites. I will note this pad site is not within the land currently controlled by the developer. This is a piece of property owned by UDOT, and I've kind of outlined that in the staff report to the Planning Commission as well. They are looking to acquire that, and if they are able to do that, the development agreement contemplates that this would extend to that property at that time. Also, a fuel center here with, we'll call it a sales shack that will be manned. And then just you can see just some of the different parking layout islands at the ends, but without the landscaping between the head-to-head rows. These are the elevations for the anchor tenant. They do effectively comply with city code as far as use of materials and colors. They have some additional components in the development agreement regarding that, but at the end of the day, they just comply with code. This is the rear elevation, as well as the north elevation and the south elevation of that building, and then elevations for the fuel canopy and that sales shack there in the middle. It does kind of protrude out one end, so that's sometimes a little bit not as obvious when you're looking at the top-down view. They also included some elevation drawings for that junior anchor tenant. These ones are not in color, but from the shading and the articulation, it looks like these also would comply with ordinance. Same with their outparcel or pad sites. And then I've included because there were a number of changes made between the version presented to the Planning Commission and the version that's been presented to you tonight. I've included the Planning Commission version of the landscape plan here, as I think it best shows what some of those changes are. The Planning Commission did make some recommendations to increase the landscaping along these land use buffers adjacent to residential, and to eliminate the row of parking in this area to increase the buffer width there between this area of the property and the residential property. And so this is the proposed plan. So we can kind of toggle back and forth between them a little bit so you can see what some of the changes are in this proposal presented to you tonight. They did eliminate a portion of the detention pond that was presented to the Planning Commission, and they are looking to store that additional water in the other detention pond that would be the city's pond. And then in place of that, they would make this a more formal buffer, and then you'll see they're adding parking to this location behind the junior anchor tenant. And then they eliminated some, but not all, of those parking spaces and did increase the buffer for the portion that they did eliminate. Overall, the difference between the plan presented to the Planning Commission and the plan presented here with additional parking stalls, I think there's about 21 approximately additional stalls with the plan presented to you tonight. And then just turning again to the land use buffer here, they did follow the recommendation of the Planning Commission in increasing the number of trees in the buffer areas to mimic what they were showing along 300 East. And then they did have a little bit of a different recommendation, or I should say request for the fencing. The Planning Commission recommended 8-foot fencing along all residential properties. There is an existing 8-foot fence in this portion. This is an existing 6-foot fence. My understanding is that the applicant has talked to the neighbors, and they are not wanting the 8-foot fence. Besides, this is their fence. And so the developer is proposing to continue with the 6-foot fence along the north to match the 6-foot fence here instead of the 8 recommended by the Planning Commission. That does comply with our ordinance for land use buffers because of the width that is here. We have the full 20 feet of width, and you'll notice here as well that even at this, we still have more than the 20 feet. When a land use buffer is reduced from the 20 feet to 10 feet, we do require the 8-foot fence in ordinance. So in this case, even though there's the 20 feet of landscaping here, they are proposing a small reduction to 3.6 feet, and then they will install an 8-foot fence. And this is just north of that anchor tenant building. And then on the south side of that anchor tenant building, you'll see a little bit of a change here. Initially, they were showing 20 with a reduction on this last property down to the 10. There are some boundary deed overlaps that they do need to account for at site plan. And so they've simply just shown that at the 10 here. There is also an approximately 10-foot overlap on the north property, or with the property to the north as well. That could impact this area if that is not resolved in the favor of the developer, but in this case, that would still be something that can be taken care of at the actual site plan application. This is just their exhibit for the detention pond maintenance. They are proposing with that, and this does differ a little bit from that buffer plan, some additional plantings and shrubs to help with light trespass from vehicles coming in and out of the 150 East entrance. Again, the 6-foot high fence or wall, and the additional deciduous and evergreen trees for screening. So continuing on with the screening along 300 East, this is not that residential land use buffer, but is the buffer between the rear of the main anchor tenant and 300 East. This is the cross section of that proposal where they would have a park strip sidewalk. They would place a berm between this wall and the property line. It's 20 feet. Depending on whether they need the retaining wall or not, this landscaping in between and this berm would be between 17 and 20 feet in total width, with, again, 6-foot solid screen wall on top and the additional landscaping on either side. So this is just their rendering of what that would look like. And then this just kind of takes out what that is, so you can kind of see with that wall gone, there is still a wall for the screening of the dock that's behind that. So that might help kind of visualize that there's still an access behind here between those two. And then this is just another rendering a little further back, and then a rendering kind of showing how that would potentially look at it during the evening or nighttime hours. Again, we have not really looked at this as whether it also complies with all the components in their lighting plan. This is just kind of a representative example of what that would look like. Again, in the development agreement, they've included a request to have some outdoor sales and display area. That's indicated on this plan. You'll see most of that is along the front of the building. There's a small section out in the parking lot. They have some customer pickup towards the rear, and then they are proposing some EV charging stations kind of towards the front of the store on that south side. And then, of course, they will have sales outdoor at the fuel canopy as well. This is the lighting plan. I will emphasize it's conceptual, and they did comply with the request. Initially, they had this as a photometric plan, which is usually given to us at the site plan level. So this is a little bit beyond that, but we did want to kind of look at light trespass, things like that. With this revised plan from what was presented to the Planning Commission, they have effectively shown that at the boundary with the residential properties, this will be at the 0.2 foot candles in ordinance. So it will be reduced to the level that's considered acceptable. They are still requesting an increase in the illumination under the fuel canopy. The initial request is for 60-foot candles. They have reduced that to 57. And moving on here to the master signage plan, they are also asking for some deviations from strict compliance with our code with regards to signage. Between the Planning Commission and now, they did reduce the height of the pylon sign down or tower sign down to 20 feet. They had it initially at 25, and that does comply with our ordinance. They would still have this, they're calling it a 5-foot directional, but I believe it's just under 6 feet, maybe 5.5. Monument sign indicating that there would be no truck traffic back to 300 East. And that sign actually also complies with our ordinance. The requested increases in sign size and height would be for these remaining signs, a small increase for the fuel sign, and then the larger increases for signs C and D, both to the height and then the overall size of the signs. So these are just kind of some cut sheets that would kind of give you an idea of what those would look like. Again, this is that monument directional. You'll see it's about 5.5 feet by the time you add the cap in there, but that's still compliant with ordinance as is what we're seeing here with the tower sign. I know they've labeled it monument sign, but it's a tower sign. And then these would be the other monument signs, C and D. They would be approximately 15 and a half feet tall. And then I know this shows 13.8. I don't know if that's really quite an accurate measurement, but they would look similar to what you see there. And then again with that fuel monument sign, it is a little bit wider, a little bit taller. They are proposing some use restrictions, much like the last development agreement. They are looking to restrict car washes and vehicle repair, which would also include oil change, things like that. As far as the development agreement benefits to the city, they are doing some dedication of land needed for right-of-way improvements. There's also the dedication of the land for the detention pond that would take some city water as well. The same increased property tax, sales tax, and other potential revenues. We would be getting those use limitations. They're proposing to restrict building height to 35 feet from the finished floor. So it's a little bit of a different way from how we would typically measure it, but it's still within kind of the realm of what can and be done. They've got their pedestrian and vehicular connections throughout the commercial center, and they do have in the development agreement the requests we had for the reciprocal cross-access agreement. They, as the developer, would get that ratification of the zone change to CR. They'd have their approved locations for their vehicular and pedestrian access. They do also request a reduction in the landscape amount from our 20 down to 15. They would also have some increased light pole heights in the main parking area. Those would essentially go from a 20-foot pole, which is our maximum in ordinance, to a 22.5-foot pole. They would still have 20-foot tall poles around, I'd say the periphery, if you will, but around the areas adjacent to residential. So they would not be putting those taller poles next to the residential. They are asking for that allowance for the higher illumination level under the proposed fuel canopy, and the deviation to allow those building entrances to face the parking rather than out to the street. They are asking for a deviation to provide more parking than is required by our ordinance, so that is a little different. And that may help with other impacts. They are asking for this reduction. It's very minor from that strict compliance with the number of trees in the land use buffer. It's very minor because of all the other trees they've put back in now. They are looking for the deviation for the taller monument signage. And then I'll just kind of go over briefly the Planning Commission recommendation here to the council. They did also on a 4-1 vote forward a positive recommendation. There were 10 conditions or recommendations, I guess, not really conditions, that they put into that. So what we've highlighted there in the yellow are those that they put these in the agreement. They're taken care of 100%. The ones in the orange they've done some or part, maybe not completely, but I'll go over those just so that you're aware where that kind of maybe medium ground was. And then the two here just left in white, those are the ones that were not specifically addressed in the revised development agreement. Oop. There we go. So just kind of taking these one at a time. I mentioned this before, the site illumination. They'll comply with the site illumination requirements of ordinance, except for the request to have the additional illumination under the canopy. And then for the perimeter fencing, again, as I discussed, they are looking to not necessarily follow the Planning Commission recommendation to do 8 feet on all areas, but to do 8 feet in the area just north of the anchor tenant, and then 6 feet on the other portion of the north. And so their proposal is compliant more or less with or compatible with the current ordinance. With the landscaping, of course, they were asked by the Planning Commission to just kind of mirror that or at least comply with city code. They are close. It's a matter of a couple of trees possibly. Again, without this is still conceptual. We don't know all the specific amounts at the end. It may actually comply, but it is real close. And then we just have that small section of landscape buffer that they're requesting the reduction to that is still within the plan. And then again, with the signage, they are still requesting those deviations for the taller and larger signs than would otherwise be permitted. And then, like I mentioned, an increase of about 21 parking stalls from the last plan, but they are actually going even beyond our maximum allowed natural deviation in the code. So they are providing more parking than would be required for the types of uses that they've indicated they would like to put in those buildings. Again, just that other remaining issue, just the boundary line overlaps, those are best dealt with at the site plan review. And so that's why we're addressing that. We know that they're there now. They may need to make adjustments when we hit the site plan level, but if they're successful in working those out with those neighbors, there shouldn't be an issue with the concept as proposed. And then just a couple of site photos. This is just along the north. You can see the existing pond, well, the proposed pond that is existing, that they've already installed. And then this is just kind of looking from that same kind of point towards the south. You'll see the UDOT property, which is the current detention basin, but that water would be also moved over to this other pond. And then this is just over there on 300 East, looking towards the south. And again, looking towards the north. Again, the three suggested motions, either to adopt as proposed, adopt subject to additional changes that you would delegate to the city manager and attorney to make those changes, or for denial. With that, are there additional questions that I might be able to help answer?
I've got just a quick starter. Can you help me understand on the south side of the Anchor One? You talked about there's some land disputes or some things going on there, but if we're comparing, have to get back to comparing these two. What happened in planning, and then I see there's a lot more trees, but it looks like it's more narrow. Did that space get more narrow after planning?
So in this case, they have drawn it as more narrow. So if you see in this top corner on the plan presented to the Planning Commission, they indicated that they were going to do the full 20-foot width here, but potentially not there because of deed overlaps. Subsequently, and the applicant can correct us, our understanding from them is that deed overlap actually was continued through these other properties, but they had already worked out some agreements with them, and so that's why they showed it in this manner. But in this case, they kind of went the more conservative route and just showed it all potentially not being there. And so they just made that change there. With this one on the other side, actually, as staff, we did not catch this one because it was so subtle. But there is also that deed overlap there. You also notice there's a deed gap on the other side. So they're working to resolve that with the neighbor as well. It may go in any number of directions. We don't know. If for some reason they were not able to acquire that or take care of that overlap, when we come to this plan, it would really say cut that down to 10 feet. It would still have the 8-foot fence, would still comply with ordinance. We would have to probably address something at that point to make sure that we still have the connection with the sidewalk. That could potentially be at the site plan level, removing parking stalls and extending that. But that could be done at the site plan level. Again, this is a concept. So if changes are needed to meet certain things, or if there's something specific that you'd like to add to, say, a motion that gets put into the development agreement, that's also an option. But in this case, staff is confident that that will be able to be resolved in one of the two ways.
Thanks.
Just to clarify then, Todd, on that south end by 138th, is that an 8-foot concrete wall?
Yes. Okay. It's pretty sure, but I figured we better look it up.
Yeah. And then I've got a couple of other questions. Ren, you do too, I'm sure. A couple of other questions. I'll come to that. Well, let's talk about that. With the fence on the north side of the property where it goes 8 feet and then right now it's 6 feet, you stated that the developer said that the residents there preferred to keep it as a 6-foot fence. I'm hoping that I hear some comment that helps us know if they want 6 foot or 8 foot height. So I hope people are hearing what I'm saying on that. And then another question I have on the elevations on 300 East, that buffer, we're basically looking at when you add that landscape buffer going up 3.5 feet and a 6-foot fence, that's close to almost 10 feet of a height buffer with also landscaping, correct? I just want to make sure I'm understanding that correctly. 9 feet.
Yeah, 9 or 8. They do mention in the agreement, and that kind of goes back to that wall. Obviously, at this conceptual phase, they don't know if they will need to kind of put a retaining wall there or not, or if some section of it may need it or not. So there may be some fluctuation in the berm height. I think the intent is to kind of keep it all at the same elevation. But that may look different as you go down the street, may get taller on one end, shorter on the other. So somewhere
Todd,
between 8 and 9.
If I can chime in, I've got the development agreement document open here.
Yes.
So the development agreement says that berm along Third will be 2.5 feet tall. So it says approximately 2.5 feet tall, plus there'll be the 6-foot fence on top of that. So that berm will have to be 2.5 feet tall along the length of Third going there. So the kind of what we potentially don't know is, or the developer doesn't know if they'll need the retaining wall or not on the back end, but that won't impact the landscaping and the wall and the berm along Third.
Yeah.
But you're saying 2.5 feet here. That's just a 3 to 1
ratio. It's a 3 to 1 slope, but
okay. 3 to 1 slope.
The distance would make that
about 2.5 feet. So we're
Yes.
talking about an 8.5 foot wall buffer.
Which would be approximately the same as on that when it, here we are, as it comes into this far end where we would have the 8-foot fence on the south.
Okay.
So it would be approximately the same height.
Okay. And then the reduced sign height to 20 feet, that be similar in height as the Harmon's signs across the...
I think Jen looked at that. I don't know.
Yeah, I believe so. I wasn't able to find the original building permits for those signs. Not saying that they don't have them, saying that they're old enough that we don't have them digitally. But looking at them, I do believe the signs of the Harmon's meets our code.
Yeah, they should meet our code. Yeah. but 20 feet, they were actually reducing it than what they could have in that area, right?
They're reducing it to comply with ordinance.
Okay.
They were asking for something taller. They're going to
reducing it to
reduce that
20
one to
feet.
comply.
And then a question about increasing the light poles in the middle area to 22.5 feet. What's the reason why they need 2.5 more feet?
They can probably explain that better. It is probably dealing a little bit with the light coverage of the parking lot, number of poles, things like that. They are asking for an increase in the number of poles than what we would otherwise allow.
Is it because of the fixture because of it's just a downward illumination?
So the fixture height would be at 25 feet. So they would still have like a 2.5 foot concrete base underneath them. Our ordinance just looks at the height of the pole, not the base.
Okay. And then one other question, the illumination of the gas station canopy.
Yes.
What would normally be allowed? I know you said they asked for 60, they've reduced it to 56 or whatever. What would be our code? What would we normally allow?
Our code would be 15-foot candles. Other recommendations of other organizations would put fuel canopies, say for a dark sky kind of a thing, at between 20 and 30. But we have noted that there are a number of fuel canopies that are in that 40 to 60 range. That's not unusual for other fuel canopies. We can't always speak to each and every one of them. Some of them predated things. Some of them may have just put them in. We've kind of looked at other cities as well. I don't know if there's anything Jen would want to add. She looked at a bunch of them as well.
No, we did look at some different lighting plans from different gas stations in the city. Most of the gas stations, frankly, predate our current lighting code, so they don't comply, and there are going to be higher foot candle levels than what our current code allows. So.
Okay, that's all I have. Sorry. Thank you.
Okay, I have some questions. I mean, you kind of addressed this, though, if there's the overlap question on the north section by Retail Anchor 1. Is there a way to include language that there will still be a sidewalk regardless of what that ends up being?
You could include that in a motion. kind of make that an express point.
Okay. Some of these deviations for the lighting standards, are any of these requested deviations adjacent to residential properties that, or are they
No,
more in the center?
Yeah, the development agreement makes it clear that they're going to comply with city code with respect to things that are adjacent to the residential. That includes the illumination, that includes the light pole height, and the other standards in ordinance. Really, where their requested deviations probably, shall we say, take hold is more in the centralized area here of the parking lot. They would have a few additional poles over what our code would allow. And I don't know what the latest calculation was, but I think we allow one for every 10,000 square feet. I think they were looking for one for every 8,000 square feet initially. I don't know what the calculation is. The applicant might know what that is now. But then the increased height also helps them to use less poles because it can spread the light out further. But that would be, again, in the central area. We actually do have a portion of our code that allows you to tier or step the lights higher, even up to 30 feet of pole height. But they didn't necessarily mimic it to that. They're just looking to request additional pole height for the design that they have. It does follow it generally to have the additional pole height in the center. And then, of course, the last one is just the increase that they feel they need for the illumination under the fuel canopy.
Okay, thank you. And I have a question about the reduction of strict compliance regarding the trees.
Mm-hmm.
Are they substituting a different language in there, or just saying we don't have to abide by the strict?
No, that's more based on just trying to do the rough count of the trees, the area, what would typically be required, how many they have. Again, not knowing what the end result of their negotiations with the deed overlaps is. It could meet it, or it could be just short a couple of trees.
And so is reduction kind of implies that it's going to be close, that language?
Yeah, in this case, it's very close.
Okay.
So it's in the previous one to the Planning Commission, it was more obvious that it was not going to get very close. With this new one, I dare say it probably will comply in the end.
Okay, and just a couple more. I think, traffic is obviously a big concern. So for this development agreement, should we also include that cross access?
They've already got it included in the proposal.
That's already in. Okay.
It's already included in there.
So it was removed from the last one, but this one was kept in.
Yeah.
Okay. And then again with the traffic, there is in the agreement, there is language for a traffic study, an additional traffic study. Is that correct?
Yes. It ties it to a few different things. Typically, we're not going to look for a traffic study again until the site plan. They have done, and Scott may be better to answer, but they have done some initial preliminary traffic studies to try and figure out what they need to design to. But ultimately, we're going to kind of look for that final one with the site plan.
Okay. I know one issue that has been brought up is the we don't want trucks to be coming on 3rd East. You mentioned that there will be a sign. Will that sign face into the development and not out, or will it face both ways? Will we have that?
So my understanding, I know this probably doesn't show it very well, it's kind of going to run east-west, so it's kind of visible. It will not be illuminated. That's probably another big thing to point out there. It's not going to have illumination or anything like that. There'd be no illumination, any other signs on the back, anything that would potentially impact the adjacent residents across the street. But yeah, the idea there is that the sign is kind of a regulatory sign, if you will. That's how they've characterized it as well, just indicating that there's no truck traffic. And then let's see, I went the wrong way. You'll see on the site plan there, they're looking to also install some kind of pork chop or other similar mechanism to indicate that this is really just a ride in and ride out, and it would kind of impede the truck traffic, if you will. So it wouldn't be something that they would be looking to do in the first place. We would still want it to comply with fire code and whatnot so that emergency vehicles are able to get in and out as needed.
Is that pork chop listed in the development agreement? Or is that something we need to add?
I think it's in the development agreement by the fact that the site plan is there. We've had the discussions with them. I know engineering has, so it is part of that.
We don't want to get it mixed up with the meat department. So.
Yeah.
Come on, lighten up, you guys. Jeez. So do we need to maybe be specific about mentioning the pork chop?
I would. I just did a search in the document for the word pork chop and it didn't come up. They may be calling it something different, but include that in your motion and then we can double check, make sure that it is in there.
There's another, Brenda, do you have any more questions? Another quick question. We talked about a Hawkeye crossing.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that there needs to be a study done to determine where that would go. It can't go right at an intersection, from what I understand.
Mm-hmm.
So I know there's been a lot of discussion about wanting to have one like at Stokes Avenue, but because that's an intersection stop sign, we can't do a Hawkeye crossing there. So can you guide us on where that could possibly go and what the process would be in having that installed?
I'm going to turn to Scott there because I know he's way more knowledgeable on that than I am.
So a hawk signal would need to be warranted, so that would be the first step, is to do a warrant analysis and then just determining where that would be located, and then the funding would have to be provided, and then we could install it, assuming that it did warrant. But I can't answer that question until we actually do a warrant analysis.
Okay.
So it could go near Stokes, it could go somewhere else.
And then is there something, I don't recall in the agreement, we'd had discussions that the developer would help in sharing part of the cost of that Hawkeye signal.
I can handle that.
Mike, do you have something on that?
I spoke to their representative today, and they would, if it's warranted, they are willing to pay half of that cost.
So we would need to put that in this agreement too then? Yeah, you can say.
So I think the Hawk signal is indicated in the development agreement as a possibility, but we just need to change that the contribution will be split. Okay.
Can I ask about the signage? So actually, one quick question on your elevations out parcel building slide. You have a pad D, but I don't see a pad D on here. Is that maybe the fuels?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so it just hasn't gone up. There isn't one that I don't know about. Maybe it's the old fuels, what it was going to be.
And that may also just be some changes between iterations over time.
Okay.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. We have, maybe I went too far back the other way.
Right.
Yeah,
There.
pad C and pad D,
Yeah.
A, B, C, and D.
So there's an A, B, and C on the plan, but not a.
So a previous rendition of the concept site plan showed a small pad building next to the fuel center. So I believe with the latest rendition, they eliminated that pad site in favor of additional parking.
Okay.
Yep.
Great. And on the signs, on the variances for the signs, I'm just looking on that, and the it looks like the sign on 138th, that C sign is the same as the D sign.
Mhm.
So that's a big sign right next to a couple, right next to a residential area, as opposed to, the D that's out there at Bangor on 150. That makes sense that would be a big one. But I think it's a little.
This one would be on the interior, and as you can see, is set back approximately same as the adjacent residential home. It would still have to meet our typical code for setbacks, things like that and clear view at the intersection as well. So although this is representative of the conceptual location would go, and we would probably hold them to that as far as it would need to go on the interior, not that exterior.
So that sign, they're not asking for a variance on the height?
They could answer why they're asking for that. I don't know.
Okay. On C, they are asking for additional height.
Yes. Yes.
And what's the height on C?
I believe it's the 15 and a half.
Okay.
15 and a half.
I don't think it exceeds Harmon's height signs, though.
I think that's a different one, though.
Yeah, but I don't
Not
think
on the, on the Bangor Highway side, those are the, like the A one is the 20-foot, and yeah, that makes sense.
Any further questions for Mr. Draper? You want to make a motion and take a break? All right, motion to take a 5-minute break?
Mr. Mayor, can I make a motion to take a 5-minute break?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second, take a 5-minute break. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? All right, we'll be in recess for 5 minutes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to call our meeting back to order, if we could. Council members, are there any more questions for Mr. Draper? All right, this is an opportunity for the applicant to come and present. Mr. Rasmussen, I don't see you. I see you now. Come on up, sir.
Mayor, members of the council, my name is Dwayne Rasmussen, address 1224 West Samuel Holt Drive in South Jordan, Utah. Appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight and discuss this development agreement with you. Appreciate the fact that you passed the zoning contingent on this development agreement, and I think we've done as much as we can possibly do to reach out to the recommendations that the Planning Commission made to you. And I think Jen and the staff have been very, very thorough in their explanation of that. My compliments to your staff for working so hard and tirelessly on this development agreement over the last 60 to 90 days as we have submitted red lines and exchanged ideas and so forth as to how to get to an acceptable agreement here. I think they've been very thorough in presenting to you the changes from the Planning Commission plan to this plan, which involves a lot more planting along the north property, our north property line, our east property line, our north property line going out to 3rd East, and more planting along the 138 South as well. A couple of things I'd like to make mention of. This is Troy Wolverton with AWA. He is the engineer for the major tenant, and he may add some things when I'm done here, if that's okay with you. The Planning Commission, I thought, was very deliberate in their recommendations to you in passing along the concerns that they had. And we have been, again, like I say, over the last week and a half to 2 weeks working with the staff to get those implemented. The lighting, I'm going to have Mr. Wolverton address. The staff has mentioned boundary line issues, and there are a few overlaps and gaps that will need to be adjusted before we go to site plan. One other thing I'd like to make a comment on, and that is we are clearly in agreement with Mr. Openshaw about a reciprocal access agreement on the corner. And that is ready to be signed, and we've heard the mayor say he won't sign an agreement until he gets it, so There's a small boundary line issue there that we are addressing right now. Otherwise, it'd be signed and recorded immediately. One other thing for your edification, and that is, along with the improvements or the right-of-way that Mr. Openshaw is dedicating, Mr. Lloyd is also dedicating a significant amount of funding along Bangerter for the widening of Bangerter Highway. I did have a meeting last night with the two neighbors up at the north end of the project on the east side in that little subdivision up there with Mr. Staggs and his father-in-law, Gus. There's a retention basin behind that wall. I think I may have misspoke. I don't know that I did. They never said they didn't want an 8-foot fence. I talked them into a 6-foot fence with the planting that's being shown there right now. They made it clear to me here that they'd prefer to have the 8-foot fence along that wall, and that's okay with us. The problem that I explained to them last night is that 6-foot fence that is there is their fence and belongs on their property line, is on their property line. So we'll have to put a double fence in there, and we'll put an 8-foot wall on this side of it if that's what they want, and we'll still plan it according to this plan here. One neighbor caught me this morning, and he wasn't here during the planning commission or this evening, and I told him that we'd gone to a 6-foot fence along his property line, which is a north property line there north of that retention basin. He was a little concerned until he saw the planting plan. I'm not speaking for him, but on his way out, he said, I'd rather have green than I would an 8-foot wall, because I think he doesn't want to feel like he's enclosed. I'm not speaking for him. If I misinterpreted it, I'm sure you'll hear from him. I think the signs speak for themselves. We prefer the deviation on the monument signs. We got the tall center sign down to comply with your code. And then to move to the hawk signal, we have told Mr. Barker that once it's warranted and you could decide on a location for it, we will participate in the installation of that hawk signal. And I told the neighbors that last night as well. Troy, do you want to answer a couple of questions on the lighting?
Troy Wolverton, 1020 North Redwood Road. Wait, 2010. It's always confused me with the
Troy, give us
address
your
here.
name and address for your company.
Troy Wolverton, 2010 North Redwood Road. Sorry, I said 1020, which is the address here. It still comes out sometimes. Jen, do you have that couple of slides that I can just kind of walk through with the council?
It's the 6B applicant. Yeah.
Oh, yes, that's right. So real quick, just running through these, got the site plan that you've seen before. I think signage has been pretty well covered, but just wanted to show the 30-foot at the Day Dairy. The one at the corner there in front of the Five Guys is a 20-foot sign, which is very comparable to what we're asking for at this time. This is another one that is greater than 24 feet that just kind of shows these panels, to give you a feeling of size, are 30 inches in height. The main issue that we wanted to cover was the lighting under the fuel canopy. This is the Chevron at 123rd South. For those that know, most civil engineers don't have much of a social life, so this is what we do in our evenings, is we go around and measure the foot candles underneath fuel canopies. And this particular Holiday Oil has 31 foot candles under its canopy. The 7-Eleven is kind of interesting. This one has 31 under the canopy, but you'll notice there's a little wider or brighter strip of light around the outer portion of the canopy, and I'll show you what that is in just a moment. This one is one of my personal favorites. It's an older Holiday, and many of you, I'm sure, have purchased gas there. I have, and it's at 86-foot candles. This one here is where, if you notice that wider bright light that comes down from this strip, it's not under the canopy, so it complies, or at least may comply, But it's 53 under the canopy foot candles and 77 foot candles if you're in this brighter strip along the outside. And most of you are familiar with the 7-Eleven at the corner of 7th East and 123rd. So again, to give you kind of a feel of how bright are we really talking about. This one is the Chevron up on Draper Parkway. It's at 86 foot candles. This one is the one who started your ordinance to change. This is the Chevron at Traverse Ridge Road. Jim Bolzer was receiving many complaints at that time. Some might remember his name as a planner, used to serve here. This was up on Traverse Ridge before the other construction around here. You could see this from the interstate. And mostly it's just because I took the picture purposefully. When you're down in the valley and you're looking up, you see the lights under the canopy. And while you're not standing in 53-foot candles down on the interstate, you can see the lighting. And again, most of you, I think, are familiar with this Chevron as well. Purchased gas here many times. Across the way is the 7-Eleven, which does comply with the current code at 23-foot candles. This appears much brighter than it really is on my phone camera. And just wanted to point out the yellow, darker lighting is more in compliance with, closer to what the code would require now. This one is the Sinclair that's on Bangerter Parkway at 56-foot candles. This is Harmon's at 31-foot candles. This is an America First Credit Union, which is the main reason I wanted to show this. Similar with cameras and security associated with a credit union. They have 51-foot candles under their drive-through. And the reason for that is for facial recognition, which is what what the grocer here is asking for. This is a picture from the bridge at Bangerter and Redwood of a fuel canopy that's over in Bluffdale. And the intent here is to kind of just give you an idea of what does the canopy look like if you're looking from above down on the canopy. Well lit, of course, under the canopy. And my phone camera doesn't take a great picture of the Wendy's sign or the Golden West Credit Union. This is a credit union at night as well as the Wendy's building. What I did want to point out that may be of interest to the council is the clearance height on this canopy is at 16 feet. These lights are at a fixture height we refer to, and the fixture height is just 2.5 feet taller than the pole height. That's a 35-foot pole or a 37.5-foot canopy. Has been explained, the fixture height. As has been explained, we just wanted the buildings to block the lighting, and which is why we went from the request of originally being 30 feet in height down to 25, so the buildings can block those lights. This is a close-up picture of that fuel canopy in Bluffdale, and to give you kind of an idea of what it looks like and how bright it would be if you compare it to the other photos. Same phone camera. This has, again, there is some cameras. I probably shouldn't point out where the cameras are, but anyway, for security reasons, there are cameras here. There is outdoor concession sales that are sold here, and the purpose of that is added security. There's other places where you can see other concession-type sales around the pumps there, the product dispensers. Lastly, I wanted to show this one. If you compare it to the previous one, this is this color of these columns is called essential gray. And in the evening, this tends to look rather sterile or almost white. And what had been done in California for a fuel center of a similar nature, the city had asked for it to be changed a little bit, and they asked for it to be painted brown underneath. I just wanted to show you that to see if there's a concern about maybe reducing some of the reflective light. This is another possible option that would be considered or offered by the tenants here. And then lastly, this kind of shows the canopy at night. Same foot candle request, same security issues and so forth. It just shows what that darker paint would look like to reduce, again, some of the reflectivity on the light. And this is in Indio, California, where this was required. That's the information that I have about the lighting.
Hang on, Troy. Any questions for Mr. Wolverton? Thank you. Go ahead.
You're now as well educated on lighting as I am. It's quite a science. I think the important thing to say about under the fuel canopy here is it's all about security late at night when people are buying gas and making sure that they're safe. And I think Troy has pointed out the importance of it here. So there are some changes that we can make, but it still needs to be bright enough to make people feel secure to come out and buy their gas, reach into their wallet, pull out their credit card, and then the ancillary sales. I think Todd has done a great job of presenting to you our case for the development agreement. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have regarding what he said or what I said, what Troy said.
I just thought of a question, Todd, with the foot candles. How bright of a foot candle do you need to have for the facial recognition to be effective?
Similar to what you saw at the America First Credit Union, which showed 51. It's in that range. So we're asking for 57, and that's just based on the photometric study that's completed for that canopy. That's what it's reading. That if it's somewhere in that range, that's what we're looking for. So, and I mean, if there was a concern about that lighting, it would just mean that they would reduce to the next level of lighting for that under canopy lighting.
Okay. Thanks.
Any questions for Mr. Rasmussen? All right, we'll give you the last word, sir.
Thank you.
All right, this is a public hearing, ordinance 1617. All right, where am I at? Sorry. Ordinance is a public hearing, ordinance 1717. It's an ordinance approving the Bangor Crossroads Development Agreement of approximately 17.88 acres of property located at approximately 13782 South, 300 East in Draper City. I have cards. Mr. Clark, come on up, sir.
Can you show a map showing that Johnson, the Smiths, or the park that's north of here, along with this, where this traffic is going to flow? Yeah, just the part north of that shows where the traffic's going to flow on 150 over to Smith's Park. Bob Clark, 13590 South 3rd East. I'm finding myself on a traffic island, which I would call a traffic tornado. You got a right in, right out thing going into this thing, and everything is going to go around in a big circle here. Think what it's going to do to you when somebody has to get out of this development who lives east of this area. And they have to go up past a school that drops 700 kids off a day. They go past a water park where kids are at. They go past a traffic stop. They turn up on Smith's Park and go past a skate park, and they go past a dog park. And then you got to go around to get out of there. I just think you're creating a disaster you're going to have to live with the rest of your life. I would suggest that you do something with a traffic study that's not done by the developer, because I think you'll find the numbers are double what they're telling you they're going to be as far as traffic on this thing, and it's not going to work for us. Second thing I asked Mr. Barker when I met with him, and I appreciate the opportunity to meet, I said, have you ever done anything to do a survey to see what you're going to lose when you take an anchor off of 123rd and stuff it down here on 138th and put it next to another grocery store? There ought to be a survey. Most big companies, that before they move into a business with a business like an R.C. Willey or IKEA, they do a survey to see what's going to happen to their budget as far as what's going to go on with that. And I believe that I've spent 48 years calling on retail dealers as a wholesaler. And I believe what will happen here is if you pull an anchor out of that area over there, you're going to diminish that tax base that you're chasing, bring it down here and try to have them compete with each other and see who's going to survive in it. So I think it'd be worth your while to find somebody that we could do a survey that said, what are we doing? Are we really doing a good job for our constituents, which is the citizens, or are we just chasing tax dollars that are going to hurt us in the long run? So I'd appreciate you considering both those things. We've had several people ask you to do a traffic study before you pass this thing off, and I think that would be the right issue. So appreciate it.
Thank you, Bob. Next, Rosemary Thomas.
Rosemary Thomas, 13703 Brown Farm Lane. I want to begin with process and public notice because that is foundational to everything else. Draper City has not properly informed residents of this meeting. No required signage has been posted along 300 East, one of the most significantly impacted roadways. City code clearly states that all sides of the subject property must have signage at least 10 days in advance. Under Draper City Code 95060 and State Code, these requirements are explicit. At least one sign must be placed on every street the property touches, and if it does not directly abut a street, a nearby location must be designated. The city is also responsible for maintaining these signs and ensuring they remain visible, even if they fall over or are stolen. The city cannot allow this to be another exception in the long list of code exceptions agreed upon for this development. Signs were posted along Bangerter and 138th, high-traffic corridors where it is very difficult to read, but not within the neighborhood most directly impacted, and we have evidence to show this. The city cannot prevent Draper residents who daily travel down 30s from having a fair and reasonable opportunity to be informed and participate. Yes, notices may have been mailed to those within 300 feet of the site, but those who will be affected daily were not informed. I personally had to search for this meeting on the city's website because no signs were posted where I would be able to see and read them. The land use decision must be postponed until the city properly notifies affected residents in accordance with its own code. 3rd East is not a commercial corridor. It is a neighborhood street. It serves families and children who rely on it for safe, consistent access to their homes. Converting it into a route that supports commercial traffic would change the character of this area in ways that cannot be undone. And the reality is this: with no left turn access onto Bangerter, this project shifts even more burden onto 3rd East. Traffic doesn't disappear, it gets redirected. That means more pressure on a street that was never designed to handle this level of volume or intensity. And now we talk about the pork chop that Dwayne Rasmussen assured us would be installed, and that's a question that we still don't know, thus leaving 3rd East open to truck access and left turns into the property. If this project moves forward, there must be meaningful, enforceable protections, not just ideas, but physical solutions that prevent trucks from entering 3rd East. Not signage that can be ignored, but design features that make it impossible. Buffering must also be done correctly. We need mature trees at least 20 feet tall at installation, not saplings that will take decades to grow if they even survive. The buffer needs to function immediately, not in 20 years. I am very frustrated with the council considering a proposal where you give a long list of exceptions to established codes to enable an oversized commercial project to proceed. Given the concerns already identified and the issues raised again tonight, by code you must delay this decision until proper notice is given. You have the responsibility to ensure that development fits the neighborhood, not the other way around.
Thank you. Next is Robbie Stagg. If I said that right? Come on up.
Okay, so usually I fly by the seat of my pants with this, but...
Give us your name and address, please.
Yep, my name's Robbie Stagg. I live at 13598 Sheer Lane. If you go to Exhibit H for me, please. And one of the things that I want to address real quick, and it was addressed by Mr. Rasmussen, is that we never said that we don't want the 8-foot wall. All right, we want the 8-foot wall, and we want all the tree plantings for this new landscape plan that they have put forward for them. I know that he said that it will have to be built adjacent to our 6-foot wall, which is perfectly fine. But as long as it's started at the base of the 6-foot wall and not 2 feet down, so that 8-foot wall comes to the height of the 6-foot wall, because there was talk of grading for this area, which potentially could, who knows what it will be. They don't want to truck in a lot of dirt, that's fine. But the base of that wall needs to start at the base of our 6-foot wall, so it is actually an 8-foot wall and not another 6-foot wall. That's kind of what our request is with that. And then once again, just all the landscaping there. I did send an email to Mr. Barker earlier this morning, and he has read over it with our concerns about a lot of this. And then the other thing that I want to address is, like Bob Clark said, with everybody kind of in a circular motion around here, it is going to up the traffic on 300 East, and I know you've heard a lot about it. The Hawk system, yes, I am the one that pretty much put that forward, because it is going to increase traffic on 300 East. I do know that studies need to be done, needs to be in compliance with certain standards for it to meet with highway traffic safety and all that. And I know that there was some not wanting it on Brown Farm Lake, so it would be too close to that eventual light. Who knows when that will be in. So hence why I think the Stokes Avenue and 300 East is the better spot for it, because it is right across from Channing Hall, a lot of homes, churches, and kids walking to Willow Springs. And Yeah, that's pretty much all I have. Just once again reiterate that the words of "we don't want the 8-foot wall" never came out of my mouth, because that really kind of set me off. I've been pretty good at this, but that wasn't what was ever said. So, yeah. And like I said, I am willing to help out with the Hawk system. However, whatever needs to be done to help with that, I think it's vitally important for the kids and the surrounding area to be able to access that. I know there are several people in the neighborhood to the north that use that, and they are scared for their kids to cross the lane, even they are, because people just don't pay attention there. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Gus Bernardo. Did I say that right? Come on up.
Gus Bernardo at 13608 South Shore Lane. I just want to bring it up one item here very quick about the light, traffic light is going to be installed 138 South 300 East. I think it's being talked about previously. This item is that it will be installed during the planning commission was saying that 138 and 300 East light, it was going to be installed on the phase 2 of the construction, if I'm not mistaken, or if it's going to be done on the phase 1. I'd just like to have some clear understanding about this. And if it is considered on plan 2, is that it's going to be just a stop sign there during the construction period until a certain period? I just would like the residents here, myself, to be able to understand that part of the traffic light when it actually will be installed, during what phase of the construction or planning, or and I'd like just to very quickly very much agree with Robbie Stagg about the 8-foot fence and what we needed to make sure we're also in compliance with everyone else in that area right here. Along this side and this back fence right here, it should be all 8-foot fence, fencing, 8-foot fencing right there all the way around. And if you could make sure I strongly ask you to, if you can motion that on the final decision, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Who'd like to be next? Come on up.
Good evening, Council. My name is Matt Smith, 329 East Brown Farm Lane. I realize that Hales Engineering has responded to my concerns to the city regarding the traffic study, but frankly, their response is irrelevant to the concerns I'm raising tonight. The Hales study, let me be clear, does not revise the trip generation numbers, recalculate the level of service analysis, acknowledge any error in the original study, or commit to any corrective analysis. Those deficiencies absolutely matter, but they're not the main reason I'm concerned tonight. What concerns me is that the City Council is voting on this agreement and zoning change before the additional analysis that we've talked about and you said would occur. Between January and February, we shared deficiencies in the Hale study with City Council members in face-to-face meetings. We are very pleased that a new traffic study will be prepared for the property. However, voting before the new traffic study makes absolutely no sense. How will you control the outcome of that study? Additionally, we requested in each of these meetings with City Council members that a peer review of the Hale study be conducted. And even Mr. York said he would be willing to fund that. At the March 26 Planning Commission meeting, city staff, I think that was you, Mike, said that an independent peer review would be conducted of that study. And tonight, we're voting to change the zone before that peer review happens. So why are we doing that? Where is the peer review, and when will that be done? To me, approving the development tonight is entirely out of sequence. Maybe not by strict code, but certainly by logic, analysis, and good judgment. From the perspective of residents, it feels very much like those earlier commitments were meant to placate concerns rather than really to address them. We elected the City Council to act in the best interest of Draper citizens. Approving the development before the promised traffic study and peer review are completed does not meet that responsibility. As I've said before, approving a zoning change based on such a thin traffic analysis risks becoming a breach of public trust. Look, we all support responsible commercial growth, but growth cannot come at the expense of safety, livability, and sound analysis. The obligation here is to all Draper citizens who travel these roads, not just the property owner who seeks approval. And this is not about being for or against development. It's about making decisions with complete and credible information. Please, City Council, deny the ordinance tonight. Complete the new traffic study. Conduct the independent peer review. Then make the decision regarding this change. We, the citizens of Draper, deserve that level of due diligence from our City Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Who'd like to be next? Come on up.
Hi, my name is Brandon Thomas, live at 366 East Brown Farm Lane. I just have 3 points I want to make. My main contention is about the entrance on 300 East. I believe that that will be the primary access point for almost anyone attempting to travel east. All the other exits will require you to go through multiple lights to get there, and I just think it'll be the easiest way and where the traffic will flow. I request the city mandate the pork chop as part of the final agreement. Also, consider installing a height restrictor that would make it impossible for semi-trucks and other large vehicles to access or exit at that point. And then finally, to mandate in the agreement that the berm along 300 East plus the wall equals at least 8.5 feet. And that's all my points. Thank you.
Thank you. Who'd like to be next?
David York, same conditional approval, same 4 conditions, same result. None of them met. On traffic, the proposed ordinance you are voting on tonight says the DA adequately addresses traffic, and yet Section 2.3.3 of the new DA requires a traffic impact study based on what they're actually going to build only after you give them vested rights. Why do you need a post-DA traffic study if the DA has already adequately addressed traffic? And what are you going to do when the traffic study fails? On roadway improvements and infrastructure funding, all of that funding by the city is deferred to a separate reimbursement agreement that per Section 22 takes legal precedence over this DA. You are approving a DA that is subject to another agreement that's not even before you. And Section 9.9 waives the city's right to sue for monetary damages if the developer breaches this agreement. On phasing, there is no plan for phasing. Now, I want to talk about what this project does to the people who live next to it, because that's what this is really about. 3 residential properties sit directly south of this development. When this is built, those properties will be orphaned, surrounded on all sides by commercial development, cut off from residential neighborhood that they've been a part of for years with drive-throughs in their backyard, subjected to commercial traffic, constant noise, lighting, and delivery trucks. Those families will lose hundreds of thousands of dollars in property value, exposed to loading docks, dumpsters, and drive-through lanes, not for a few months during construction, but permanently. Neighboring homeowners to the east, north, and west will face noise and light pollution and dramatic changes to traffic forever. And the ordinances which exist to protect residential property values, lighting standards, buffer zones, service area orientation away from residential, are all being violated or waived in this DA. 13 separate significant code exceptions are being granted to the developer. The developer profits and moves on. The city allegedly gets increased tax revenue. And the neighbors, they will pay the price when their home values and home enjoyment take the hit. These are real families, real homes, real financial devastation. Just like Openshaw, residents have had no time to review these impacts or understand what their future will look like. So here's where we are. Same 4 requirements that you said you would meet, all unmet. A traffic study based on a fictional project. Neighbors who will bear the cost of this development for the rest of their lives while the developer is long gone. It's said between good, fast, and cheap, you can usually only get 2. In this case, you're only getting fast because this won't be good for the neighbors and it won't be cheap for the city.
Thank you. Who would like to be next?
I'm Wade Covey, 13691 South Brown Farm Lane. I really just wanted to say hi to my
neighbor, Troy Walker. I haven't seen you for a while. You're always at meetings like this. A hard decision, obviously, you guys are making. It seems like it's been made, but I just want to address. I was there. I sold all these homes to everybody, Troy as well, and helped Ivory Homes develop just east of 3rd East. And I was there in the meeting when we decided on trees. And I didn't think anything of it because I was new at the company and I didn't know anything. And we chose not to do the sycamores in Fred's neighborhood. Beautiful neighborhood. I love our neighborhood. But we did these flowering plums, I think it is. And it makes a difference. You feel it. And so the decisions you have in front of you, these little things, the city council version is a big deal. The pork chop is a big deal. Just those little trees and the height and hold them to it. Mr. Rasmussen, it affects his margins for sure, but if you hold him to those details as a council, it feels different. It's better. And all those little things you're looking at, if this is going to happen, it's going to happen, and it will be hard. But please hold on to those details and focus on that because you feel it. And Fred, you feel it in your neighborhood, and Troy, you feel it in his neighborhood. They're both beautiful, but it does make a big difference. The berms, the walls, and if you've worked with Todd Draper before, he's bam. It's exact. It's details. Every single thing he requires of you is detailed. This seems a little vague. It seems like we're floating. Please pin it down, pin Mr. Rasmussen down, and make sure you get the details and get it in writing and make sure it's on the plans. And it makes a big difference. Thank you.
Thank you. Who'd like to be next?
Good evening. Fernando Luege, 13720 South, 300 East. I own this piece of land is neighboring, the north section of the anchor tenant. I would like to point out a couple things discussed in the previous planning meeting. The green belt, the buffer area surrounding all the residential area is obviously incomplete. And I think this, from different perspectives, is not acceptable. Noise and light, obviously prevention, but also like being able to limit, outdoor sales and any activity on this area. So that will be the first thing. The second thing is not, it is not detailed, the characteristics of the trees planted there. I mean, those will be evergreens, but as mentioned previously, those need to be mature, big enough trees to serve the purpose of a living screen right out of the box. That will be my two comments, and I would like to ask that you consider that removing this row of parking spaces, extending the green belt, and protecting the neighborhood better. If you do the count, I think there's a net positive gain between the different versions. While they included this area of parking, and they just gave a little bit here and a little bit here, if I'm not mistaken. So there should be enough room to sacrifice and commit these parking spaces to that objective. Thanks.
Thank you. Who's next?
Thank you. Ben Jones, 13572 South Meadow Heights Lane. Just a few things to add. Most of what the gentleman prior to me stated, I completely agree with. I'm not sure exactly who Mr. Rasmussen spoke to, but I live directly to the north of the detention pond. No one has ever spoken to me about it. I do want an 8-foot wall. I do want those trees. And as Rosemary said, we need not just saplings, we need large trees. We don't want to know that this property is there, essentially. With respect to the lighting, I'd love for the developer to address why it's necessary to have 91 pole lights as opposed to 73. Seems a bit superfluous to me. The other issue, if you want to take notes, Mr. Rasmussen, what is the height of any wall pack lights on these buildings? What type of lights are they on these buildings? What direction are these lights being faced? Again, we don't want to know this property is there. And lastly, in regards to the traffic, please explain how it is that you think this circular ingress and egress thing is something that would work. When does that ever work with any commercial property? You only can go clockwise around this thing. It makes no sense to be able to do this. With that, thank you.
Thank you. Who's next?
Trent Jarman, 314 East Brown Farm Lane. This is my house right here. And we've talked about a pork chop. That sounds great. But how many people turning right at night, their lights are going to be shining into my yard, into my windows, destroying my home? I'm just curious. Do any of you guys want to buy my house and live there? It'd be nice if we had a traffic study, but we don't. Not an accurate one, but we're pretty much toast there. It was said this council, you had time to study this and make a smart decision, but I really don't see anything smart here, plunking a big giant commercial development right next to a major neighborhood area, especially when you have the big sandbox on the other side of the freeway where you can do whatever you want over there. But there is one good thing that comes out of this. When Sunis moves over here, every fall we'll be able to have a Spirit Halloween store. So that'll be nice.
Thank you. Who'd like to be next?
Hi, I'm Darcy Anderson. I live at 248 East 13800 South. Going forward, I'm hoping the city can answer a couple of questions for us. Why is this land not staying residential? Why is housing not being built here? Why do we need another grocery store in this area or a gas station? We're already surrounded by large shopping center, grocery store, and many gas stations. Turnover and vacancies are already high on 123rd South and even over at the Harmon's Shopping Center. How will this be any different unless you approve something different? If you go through with making this commercial, can it be something different? Can it be high-end, individual shopping options that we don't already have in Draper? More of a walking destination for families to stay for dinner and be outside. And now I have a couple of requests. 138th South can already sound like a racetrack with sounds of revving and racing, especially during the hours of 11 p.m. and 2 a.m. So if this goes through, could the city reduce the speed limit on 138th South and enforce the speed and a sound restriction? If you do proceed with all of these busy commercial spaces, please, please, please do not allow a Smith's or a gas station or any fast food drive-thrus. And please reduce the city's the business operating hours to help the evenings be as quiet as possible. And lastly, as soon as possible, please extend the left turn green arrow from Bangerter southbound onto 138th South, as currently only 3 cars can get through that green arrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Who'd like to be next?
My name is Christina Kessler Day, and I live at 448 Brown Farm Lane. And Wood Covey sold me my house, and he sold Lane Lewis his house, and he sold Rosemary and Jeff Thomas their house, and he also sold Troy and Stephanie Walker their house. And this is going to affect all of us, and it's going to affect our neighbors to the north and to the south. And there's a reason why we don't need these lights to be like the lights at America First, because America First does not have residential housing. It doesn't have residential properties surrounding it on 3 sides. And if Kroger wants to put in these little computer and whatever stores, and they need lighting to do it, but that lighting's going to destroy our quality of life, then maybe they should think twice about putting that in. You know, I feel like nothing's being sacrificed here except for our community. I feel like nobody cares what's happening to our community except for the people who live in it. And what I really want to know is, what's the rush? Who's pushing you guys? It's kind of a rhetorical question. I know that we can't ask you questions, but who is pushing Draper City so hard that you have to break all of your codes to make this thing go through? Like what David Damon brought up. He's a brilliant lawyer, by the way. He knows how to do research, and he's right on everything he said. You are breaking all your codes and your precedents, and you are making me lose any amount of respect for local government that I may have had. This hurts us. This is too big. This does not belong here. Kroger should not build this store here. It is a piece of crap property with no good egress, no good ingress. And every developer in the state knows it, which is why it's taken so long for something to happen. I spoke with the developer. I said, do you know this property? And he said, yes. Every developer in the state of Utah has looked at this property. And they don't take it on because they know what a piece of crap it is. And Lloyd is making us pay for his choice to buy it. And that's wrong. That is wrong. And Kroger, I will never forget that you are doing this to our community. I would love to be able to say, forgive. I hope I
Thank
can.
you. Who'd like to be next?
Mike Henry. I live at 403 Brown Farm Lane.
Would you pull that mic up just a little
Sorry,
bit?
is that better?
Thank you. Yes.
This will be a little bit redundant, so I'll be brief. It has been stated multiple times that our wish is that the council not approve rezoning before proper steps have been taken. But at the very least, I would ask the following of the city council. First, I live in the neighborhood directly east of this development. We're going to look at the back of this store every single day. I would ask that you ensure that the berm and the wall that are built be at a minimum of 8 feet, and that the trees be at a minimum height necessary to cover the height of the building, and that these not be trees that will be at mature height in 15 to 20 years, when many of us may not even, live here any longer, but that the trees be mature and at a reasonable height at planting. I also ask for you to consider how a no truck access on 3rd East will actually be enforced. Is this going to be like enforcing a stop sign in a parking lot, where trucks will just find their way in and out anyway? If this development proceeds short of doing away with a 3rd East access, please develop it in a way that ensures that the no truck entry will be enforced, and that ensures safe passage for our kids as they wander out onto 3rd East and likely across 3rd East. Thank you.
Thank you. So who'd like to be next?
I'm James Rogers, 382 East Brown Farm Lane. I can't really say much more than's already been said, but one thing that I think has been missed on the exit from our neighborhood right here on 300 East, we only have 2 exits out of this neighborhood. One is right here, and then the other is out on Stokes Avenue. So if you're getting on the freeway, you're making that left there, and we're talking about increasing that. and it's already getting backed up. Part of it might be solved by the light that we're putting at the that's going to eventually go in the end. But you got to consider as we build up, the traffic's going to go down 3rd East. We can't get out of our neighborhood, right? Or we're going to be sitting there waiting to get out. And so, the access right here, I understand why it's there. But, even the pork chop that we've been talking about is kind of a little bit of a slippery slope, especially where it's directly across from Brown Farm Lane. All we need is for this clockwise piece that we've been talking about to not work and people needing to go left out of here for that pork chop to go away, and then we end up with an intersection right there. So, anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Who's next?
My name is Greg Wall, 134 West, 131st South. I'm with Landex Development, and our company has the land immediately to the north of the anchor tenant grocery store under contract, and we developed the 8-lot subdivision called Concord Farm Lane just north of that, and we would like to build more homes on this parcel right here. So the comments that I have is we think that the store will be convenient for the people who live there. We're not opposed to it being built, but we want to make sure that there are mitigating factors in place to mitigate negative impacts to the neighbors. The deed overlap is the first thing. It's not on this slide. It was on the one of the Planning Commission, but if you plot the deed of that parcel, it includes 9 feet where they have drawn on their site plan. And we have our title company and surveyors studying that to resolve it. But we would like that to be a condition of approval, that's resolved before the site plan is approved. The buffer is the thing that I'm most concerned about. And if you can go to Exhibit L that shows the zoom in on the north side of the anchor tenant, the grocery store, it's right here. And the way it's configured, north is to your left. But they used to have 13 spots right here in their site plan at the Planning Commission. And the Planning Commission in recommendation number 6 asked that the buffer go all the way around everywhere. There's a residential property boundary. But there's still 12 parking spaces right here, and it sticks out kind of like a sore thumb when you go back to the overall view. And we're asking that there be a condition of approval that those parking spots are removed and the trees go all the way around. Otherwise, this residential lot is going to be the only one that has a 3.6-foot separation. But if you look at this sidewalk right here, if a car parks there, it'll overhang the sidewalk and someone in a wheelchair would not have ADA access through there. And so we feel strongly that one of the conditions of approval needs to be to remove those parking spaces. Going over the municipal code, and I'll do it quickly, it says there shall be a 20-foot horizontal buffer. The buffer is to buffer sound, sight, heat from the heat island effect, and it can, at the most, be reduced to 10 feet. If it's reduced to 10 feet, it requires an 8-foot wall, but it says in no event shall structures or uses such as but not limited to parking lots and vehicular use areas be permitted in land use buffers. So please remove those parking spaces. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Who'd like to be next?
Hi, my name is Wilson Simons. I live at 189 East, 13560 South. I'd like to speak plainly today about the traffic situation in the area. It's not just inconvenient, it's failing the people who live there currently, even without any development. Mornings around the school, which I live just by Channing Hall, which is crazy in the mornings and the afternoons. I do not suggest driving around at that time. It is difficult and dangerous to leave in the mornings and the afternoons. That's for both 150 East and 300 East. In the afternoons, traffic can back up all the way to the roundabout and even beyond that, which just becomes a headache and becomes dangerous for the kids and the pedestrians who are trying to get around in that area. Saturdays are also consistently bad with the sports that are going on at Smithfield's Park. That backs up all over the place and becomes a nightmare to drive around. And again, this is all without a development, just a reminder. And then also out of my kitchen window, I can see 150 East. Every night I see bumper-to-bumper traffic. It's every night, like consistently. I can hear the honking. It's horrible. I've got 4 young kids, and it's not safe for them to cross 3rd East. It's never been, even at the marked crosswalks. As a parent, when I don't feel comfortable sending my kids anywhere around my home, either to 150 East or 3rd, like, that's a problem, and I don't like it. I grew up on the streets of Draper, and I used to go wherever I wanted to go, and now with our kids, we just want to keep them in and close because we feel it's so dangerous. And if there's ever a question if around our street or on 3rd East needs a hawk system, I will be the first to be in line to show everybody how dangerous it is. I'm sure my wife was right there with me. So all of these things need to be considered before we start developing the area. Let's see, I'm trying to jump ahead real quick. One question I do have was the traffic study that was completed, did it have Chick-fil-A and the new hotel accounted for in that traffic study? I'm not entirely sure. I'd love an answer on that, because if it was that the conclusions don't match what residents are experiencing now, and if it wasn't, then we're making decisions based on outdated assumptions, which is a major concern. I also want to address the current development discussions in the area. It seems like the developer is asking for multiple deviations from the code, primarily around lighting and parking, and from a resident's perspective, that doesn't seem to be much of a give and take. It feels like a lot of us giving and not taking. That's not great to be a part of in a community, and it just sucks to have to deal with that. I think that's all that I have. I just hope that what we have to say is being considered, and we appreciate your time.
Thank you. Who'd like to be next?
My name's Eileen Duffield-Wolf, address 13689 South 5th, 500 East. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I agree with many of the things that have already been said. We already know we have a housing issue. So why are we trying to go with something commercial rather than more homes for people that need them? That's really what makes the most sense for that piece of land right there. Yeah, I mean, really, truly, everything everybody has spoken about so far, I really hope you guys listen to it and don't make a decision upon this tonight, that you wait for the studies, make a good decision later, because I think you're going to regret it otherwise. And you're supposed to represent us. Thank you.
Thank you. Hold on just a minute. I need a motion by the council to extend this meeting past 10 p.m.
I'll make a motion. Okay.
Motion by Fred.
Second
by Catherine. Any discussion?
No.
Fred, how do you vote?
Yes.
Catherine?
Yes.
Fred?
Yes.
All right, go ahead. Come on up next.
I'm Kristen Thomas. I live at 366 East Brown Farm Lane. And I just have a question about any future traffic study. If 150 East and 134th South will be involved in that traffic study, since we're forced into this circular traffic pattern, and those intersections who are already pretty burdened will be heavily impacted by this. That's all I have.
Thank you. Who's next?
Hi, my name is Susie Covey. I live at 13691 South Brown Farm Lane. I've grown up on 300 East almost my entire life. I've lived here. I've lived in Draper my entire life, 46 years off of 300 East. My original address, 1277 South 300 East, which is now 415 Pheasant View Lane due to all of the development. My great-grandparents 100-acre farm is Bellevue. I'm very accustomed to the changes in Draper, and I don't normally fight them because they've happened my entire life. But I am here to say that I don't believe the council has listened to my neighborhood. My neighbors have done most of the fighting. I sit back because I feel like Draper is not the Draper I've grown up in. And I'm asking the council to postpone their vote until a real traffic study has been done. Thanks.
Thank you. Who's next? Nobody else? All right, we'll close the public comment period. Bring this back to the council.
Well, Mr. Mayor, we have a lot to consider, and I appreciate all of the public and appreciate everyone taking their time to share your concerns. And it is a difficult issue. And I'm sorry if many of you feel like you aren't being heard. Keep in mind this is a city of 55,000 residents, and we aren't just considering one neighborhood. We're also considering the entire neighborhood, the entire city. I know for me personally, when I look at this development, the 6 years I've been on the council, there's been other proposed developments on this, which we haven't moved forward on because we've listened to the residents of that area. And there is a housing crisis. My concern is this isn't a place for apartment buildings or for townhomes. And we have an ability with the development agreement here to be able to control more what we have there. If we allow residential there, the state legislature is easily going to take away our zoning authority. And
let me hold you on that. I got a little out of order. I did offer Mr. Rasmussen the last word. I apologize. If you want to say more, come on up, Dwayne, and then we'll go back to that. I apologize.
Again, Dwayne Rasmussen. No need to apologize, Mr. Mayor. It's been a long night. I'll be brief. I know this is a hard decision, as Councilman Lowry said. It is going to be a difficult decision for you, and you've got all of Draper to consider. I would make a comment on the traffic studies. There have been several traffic studies done and updated as this process has gone along. It always started with a major anchor tenant, similar in size to what's on here right now, with outbuildings and out parcels as well. So it's not as though things have changed dramatically. They bring people out when they do these traffic studies at peak times and take traffic counts on everything that's going on in the neighborhood, and it's been updated 2 or 3 times. I think the point in updating it between now and the site plan is to make sure that we haven't missed anything, and if something does need to be perhaps downsized. But I think your traffic engineer and your city engineer will both tell you that they have reviewed these traffic studies and they are they're in concurrence with what the traffic studies say. With regard to no access onto 3rd East, we simply left the pork chop off in the Planning Commission version, and it has been reinstated. We have no problem with the pork chop there. We're willing to look at more aggressive ways to limit traffic coming in there. There'll be no truck traffic. The only reason we didn't illuminate that sign, and it will be no trucks on both sides, is because we didn't want it to face the neighborhood as illuminated. So I think that we have addressed that as well. The height of the wall pack signs that one resident raised, we're in compliance with the city code there. Can't remember exactly what that is off the top of my head, but we're not asking for any variations there. 15 feet, Troy tells me. So I think that kind of concludes where we are. We have worked really hard to implement the concerns raised by the Planning Commission. We've heard as many of the neighbors, and we've made the best possible case we can here to make this fit as well as we can. Anything I'm missing? Yeah, the construction schedule, Troy points out, is that if this were approved, we would start this fall and try and have the anchor tenant open by the fall of 2027. So during that time, we'd be putting in these improvements, et cetera. And it sounds to me like we're building an 8-foot wall on the north side as well. So it'll be 8 feet all the way around.
Can I ask you a couple of questions, if that's okay? Just to kind of reiterate, as you know, we've been listening to the residents. There are some issues that I think you've kind of touched on, but just so that we're on the same page. We've talked about a hawk signal that would be implemented if needed. And just to confirm that you are willing to contribute financially to that
the answer
installation.
is affirmative on both those cases, yes.
Okay. You discussed the pork chop. So on this, I think it's on this Exhibit 1, or yeah, right here, with this, the decrease in the buffer, are you willing to increase that as well as keep the sidewalk for that space that is less than the 20?
Well, with that 8-foot wall there, we feel like we've met the code in relationship to those stalls. That's the reason we reduced it. We increased the landscaping coming into those few stalls along there, and feel like that was a compromise. And the 8-foot wall does mitigate a lot of the concerns with regard to lights and noise, et cetera.
Okay. What about then keeping? Okay, so you.
Go ahead. We'd be willing to extend that landscaping so that it covers the entire property.
But I don't think there's space. You'd have to get rid of those parking spaces.
Yeah, those parking stalls are important to us, and because it's where employees can park and go in the side entrance there. So we gave up 13 of them, as Greg pointed out, but wanted to keep those in that neighborhood there so that people can park there and walk into the side entrance, and it's also closer to the front of the store. But we will continue to have discussions with that neighbor, both the existing owner as well as the people that are under contract. We have a good relationship with them, and we'll see if we can work something out between now and the site plan approval. A lot of these issues that were raised, particularly with regard to landscaping, a landscape plan is required with the site plan, but not now. So we've tried to demonstrate particularly what this will look like, but we'll be in with a firm landscaping plan. And I can promise you, if we're missing a tree or two, Jen will make that clear. And I'd just like to point to the west end of the retention pond there, where it comes in at 150 East. In my conversations with Robbie and Gus last night, I did promise them a hedge at the south end of that so that it would block headlights coming in to their homes further north. Right. He's asked me to pull the mouse out here, and I can't find the mouse. There it is. Right there is where we build that hedge on top of it. Anything else, Councilman Johnson?
No, that was everything. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Rasmussen?
I have a question about the foot candles for the canopy. You're asking for 57. I really think it's reasonable to ask that. I mean, we've got Harmon's across the street that's at 31 foot candles. I get that you want from a security standpoint, and it is right there on Bangerter, so it's not as close, but I think a minimum of 51 foot candles would be more than appropriate.
I think 51 on the presentation you showed was 51 is what is just right up the street. It looked like on the what's the one where Jimmy John's is?
Sinclair.
At the Sinclair, and so I agree if that's possible.
Well, and I think also the painting of the canopy if we do a dark canopy like that, that does make it less obtrusive too.
I think we'd consider both of those things, Councilman, and see if we can make it work. If we can't, we'll come back and tell you we can't. But we hope we can.
This boat anchor color right here, that would be the color.
That would be a color there that he's pointing out in the very middle that we could do instead of the gray or the white.
It'll blend in better, probably. Look. Then also, we've had more than one comment, which I think is more than fair, asking about making sure that landscape berm is 8.5 or 8 feet in height between the berm and the fence. Is there a way that we can make sure that
I'll let Troy speak to that.
Real quick, we just on the building side of that landscaping, we just need that space to be able to run a gas line and a power line to the back of the store. The interest there is on the retaining wall. The power company and the gas company won't let us run those utilities under that wall. So what we're going to try to do is put all the retention into the post and panel wall itself. We can retain 4 to 5 feet there. If that will work, and that hasn't been engineered yet, but we'll continue to work with Olympus Precast, then that other wall won't be built. The retention can all happen there. We can make that up a little bit higher, and we should be fine. The reason why we put 2.5 in is because we thought we could easily get to the 2.5. The 3 to 1's a little tougher. As you go to the south, 3rd East rises up, and of course the building stays flat. So there's kind of some gain just in the street elevation gain, and that's another reason for the 2.5 versus the full 3 feet.
And obviously the biggest concern is the east side of this wall, and the north end of it's probably much more important than it would be than the south end.
Yeah. And that, I think that can be accommodated. It's just, we're just not to that level of detail, which does come at site plan. And that's kind of why a lot of these things are pushed to site plan, because that's when we get into more detail.
But those are things we're going to request in a development agreement.
It's okay.
Which is an important thing to note here. A development agreement does not ensure that you can just build anything you want.
That was the reason the Planning
even though it's been
Commission wanted it,
noted,
and so did you.
That's the reason why we do this development agreement, so that it ensures what will be built.
Just to clarify on that fence. So if I'm on 3rd East on that side of the fence and I'm looking, it is in the agreement that from that street level, it's 8.5 feet high for the berm fence combo.
Let me try to get really exact. So from the back of walk elevation, the berm would raise up 2.5 feet, and then there'll be at least 6 feet of fence there. If we can get that a little taller, it's not that big a deal to do that. It's just, again, working with those grades along the road. We just haven't dialed into that level of detail.
No, and that makes sense. I just want to make sure that because, and I think the concern that a number of people raised was just because of the difference in elevation, like maybe it's lower on the west side but if you're one of those people that lives on Brown Farm and you're looking there, then for sure it is from the ground up, at least 8.5 feet, right? You got 2.5 plus 6 at least. I think that just being sure of that is an important.
The minimum you just described from sidewalk up is easily achievable right across from Brown's Farm.
Perfect.
No, you're fine. I'm just making sure I've addressed all the questions. We have a lot of redundancy here, so I want to make sure. Is there anything, Bryn, you have?
I think those were all the questions that I had. Again, like what you were saying, I'd like a lot of these to be incorporated into what we, if we approve something tonight, that these conditions are added, it's specifically addressed within the agreement. And I do recognize that this is different than a site plan, but I feel like, for the last several months, we've had these concerns brought to us from the residents over and over again. And it is hard to hear that they're still frustrated. They feel like we're not listening, because I know that we've had communications and said, these are the concerns our residents have. Can you address them? So I want to make sure we're addressing as many of those as we can at this phase, because I think a lot of residents may not actually see the site plan. And so I'm hoping that they can walk away tonight feeling like some of their issues were actually addressed tonight.
I can appreciate where you're coming from. I hope you realize that we've really leaned in as well, and we're open to whatever you put in this motion.
Can I ask about the Hawkeye, and maybe this is for Scott or for staff? So I drive on 300 East all the time, and it is crowded in there. It's impossible to cross, and I know a lot of people have those concerns. And so when you say if it is warranted, so you'll do a traffic study, but I basically just want to feel secure that we're going to get a Hawkeye over there. And so I know you can't guarantee it, but I'm curious what that process is and how likely that is.
It's more of a liability issue in meeting the warrant. If we put one in without meeting the warrant, it becomes more of a liability than a help. So I would be pretty comfortable saying that it's very likely that it will meet warrant, but without doing the warrant analysis, I can't definitively say that.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Also, I'd love to know, it sounded like from people on that east-north corner, that they would prefer the 8-foot fence to the 6-foot fence. And so I think I haven't talked to the other people, but I think that that's something that I would like to see.
I think when I said
included.
I was up here earlier, we will do that. And we'll also put an 8-foot fence along our north property line too.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going to be 8 feet all the way around. My partners will probably kick me for doing that, but we're going to do that.
Feels more trap.
Dwayne, I have a question while they're thinking. There's a lot of reference made tonight about the size of trees. Where are you at with bigger trees, bigger caliber trees? So it's not saplings. I hear that concern, and I frankly share it. So
there's a balance there, Mr. Mayor, between sapling and a full-grown tree. And I think Todd or Jennifer at the Planning Commission raised this, saying that if you put a larger tree in, you have a much greater degree of loss of that tree. And so you've got to find just that sweet spot that is as big as it can be without being too big that you lose it after you've planted. And we'll work with the staff on that and take some recommendations from them.
Okay, there were a couple other things that I want to bring up. I think it was Rosemary Thomas mentioned that she was concerned that there was no signage or no notice on 300 East, which I thought was concerning. Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, so there was a sign posted on 300 East. We do have images that we take of the signs as we post them. It's possible that it blew away in the wind, came down. If staff notices a sign is missing or somebody calls and lets us know a sign is missing, we get it replaced. I just don't know
but there was
why the sign
posted
disappeared
there.
When it disappeared. So.
I was on both 138th and Bangor today and saw the sign on both of those, but I didn't. I wish I had.
Yeah, so we do have the confirmation photo that it was posted. Just don't know when it disappeared. So if we're notified a sign's missing, we do replace them.
Okay, thank you.
And if I may add to that, typically the presence and participation of anyone here this evening constitutes actual notice, and that typically waives any potential claim regarding defective notice.
Thank you. Okay, then there was another question. Gus Bernardo, I think, brought up. He said, so at what phase would the light at 300 East and 138th be going in? And I don't think that, I think, Scott, you asked that, or you sort of answered that earlier when you said that would be happening next year. It is not, it is not related to their timeline, correct? That is on Draper City's timeline. It's not on a phase of this development?
It's not part of this development per se. It's not the responsibility of the developer. It'll become the city's responsibility to design and install that signal at that intersection. So we are in the process of starting that with all the other projects that we have going on. I anticipate that will, the construction of that would start next year and probably be finished by the end of the year. Similar timing for the project.
Okay, thank you. And when you say starting all the projects that we're starting, you mean like we've got a bunch around this area?
Correct.
And some are starting right away with the...
not just this. I'm talking about all of the capital projects that engineering is doing right now for this year throughout the city. So it kind of just goes in line with all of these projects that have to get done. So
okay, but you anticipate the timing would be similar to their timing, that light would
pretty
be
close.
Okay. Thank you.
Couple other questions. Dwayne, first of all, what is the height? Troy, you're probably going to answer this. What's the height of the light packs? That was a question that someone asked.
15 feet is city code. Up on the wall and then shining directly down.
The light packs.
Jen, am I right?
Yes, so...
Troy thinks I'm wrong.
Yeah, the wall packs or the fixture of the parking lot lights?
The fixture of the light.
So the light packs are the lights that are on the building themselves.
But
So
then what
those
about
are
the light
listed at 15 feet above the floor elevation of the building itself. So that would be, the lights that are placed on the building.
Yes. And shine directly down.
And I may add to that just a little bit here. That is a deviation from ordinance, the number and the placement on the wall. But that's not atypical for what you would see on other buildings. Our ordinance looks to place these primarily over entrances. But in this case, rather than doing taller parking lot poles, they're requesting just put them on the building at that 15-foot height. And then they
it's necessary to have those. We need those from a security standpoint.
That's what I was going to say, Councilman.
So, and then another question about with the pork chop. That's the word of the night.
Meat department.
When we talk about the pork chop being installed, there is this concern about how are we going to enforce truck traffic in that area, which is a fair question. Are there other options or things that can be installed to limit the height of that entrance? We do need to limit. I think it's important from a fire safety standpoint that in an emergency you may need to access it from that area, but a pork chop would not prevent you from doing that if you had to access it.
As long as it meets engineering standards, then it will meet the standards for access in terms of radius as for fire department.
Okay.
We'll work with Scott and Brian and see if there's anything else we can devise to make that more enforceable. Obviously, we don't have the ability to write tickets, and we'll just try and do that. But the logical truck route into and out of this site comes off of Bangerter, goes around the south part of the building, and backs into the truck dock, and then comes back out to Bangerter.
And go right to go back onto the freeway.
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, but your tenants have the authority to tell their deliveries. The anchor tenant and all.
Indeed, they do, Mr. Barker, and they will.
I have another question based on one of the residents' concerns. There are some leftover property line disagreements, and those are, I don't know how that's addressed in the development agreement. None of those affect it, or do they affect, they just affect how it looks?
I don't think you can address it in the development agreement. I think it's a site plan issue, and we are endeavoring to solve those right now. They're not big, but they need to be solved both for this development and for the county recorder. Some of them are overlaps, some of them are gaps, and some of them are different kinds of issues, but they're not big and they're resolvable.
Okay. Yeah,
fact,
they look resolvable. Yeah.
We have one with the corner property, Mr. Openshaw, and he picks up a little property and loses a little property. And there are solutions like that all the way around the site.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to just list off the conditions that I'd like to propose, and I want to just list them right now because then you can ask questions, if that's all right. Is that these conditions would include the wording that's provided by staff in the presentation, the pork chop be installed on the 300 East access, and that would look at other areas to mitigate truck access on 300 East. Also, that a sidewalk be provided on that cross-section along the northeast section of the property where you've extended the landscaping, just to make sure that that sidewalk continues.
Okay.
Along that northeast side, that a hawk signal be evaluated, and if warranted, the cost will be shared between the developer and the city. Also, that the lighting canopy at the gas station will be painted at the darker. The darker.
It's called boat anchor color.
At the boat anchor
professional
color, and that the lighting be at a maximum of 51-foot candles. Also, that there will be an 8-foot wall or fence built along the north portion, actually an 8-foot wall surrounding
all the way around
the
it
perimeter.
joins neighbors.
And the landscape berm be up to 8.5 feet.
Not the berm, but the berm plus
The landscape berm plus fencing would be 8.5 feet. And that the buffer should be compliant along all of the adjacent residential properties. And that the cross-access, be signed prior to the mayor signing the agreement. Is there anything else that you guys see that would be of a question to the...
You've got the porch.
Okay, I don't know if we have any other questions, Dwayne.
Well, I'll sit down here. If you need me, I'll be right here.
I want to make a comment before I forget, Mayor. As I was talking, I think it was Suzanne Covey, and maybe she's left now, but she made a comment that kind of hit me when you talk about, she grew up right here on 300 East. And I grew up in this area. You need to understand, I think of Stokes Avenue. Every time I drive down it, I miss when it was a dirt road. And I miss when 300 East was a farm road that I drove a lot. And I miss those days. But I'm grateful, too, that there was a developer that was willing to develop a neighborhood that I was able to raise my 6 kids here. And to be able to have fun memories. It's hard to see land that we've enjoyed throughout years and that we have memories with, and it's difficult. And I feel for those of you that are impacted by this development, but part of change is part of life too, and we truly want to make this as workable as possible. It's not perfect, there's no question. But for me personally, this is a lot better than an apartment complex that would be even worse, and we look at the traffic that would create. And the inability to even control what kind of access and everything that would happen there. So that's how I feel.
I also really appreciate everyone who's taken the time to come and make comments and come and meet with us. I came into this discussion late because I just started in January, but having listened to it over the last, but I think there have been a lot of really positive changes made that will make this better. And I think that some people have said that they haven't felt heard. I have really appreciated the people who have reached out, the people who have come and made comments. I listened to the comments at the Planning Commission as well, and I think that there were really helpful suggestions, and this is better because of those things that have been raised. And so I really appreciate everyone making this better.
I mean, I'll just echo what's been said. I appreciate the public involvement. I agree with what Ms. Dolan has said, that, again, for months we've been listening and taking your comments and passing them on and trying to make sure that they're addressed in the development agreement. The staff has been incredible in going through this development agreement, making changes. It's been a several-month process. This is not something that happened over the weekend. And there's been a lot of work. I drive by this site every day, and, we're really working hard to try to make it something that the whole city can be proud of.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we approve Ordinance 1717 with the following conditions: that we include the wording that's been provided by the staff, that a pork chop be installed on 300 East, on the 300 East access, and that the developer will also look at mitigating and limiting truck access to that area. Also, that a sidewalk be provided on the cross-section along the northeast section of the property, that a hawk signal be evaluated, and if warranted, the cost will be shared equally between the developer and the city. Also, that the lighting canopy of the gas station will be painted at a color that has been designated boat anchor color, and that the maximum of the lighting would be 51-foot candles. Also, that an 8-foot wall will be built along all of the residential portions of the property, and to be built along at the base of the 6-foot fence along the north end of the property. Also, the landscape berm plus fencing will be at least 8.5 feet, and that the buffer should be compliant for all of the adjacent residential properties. Also, that the cross-access between this property and the property to the south, the open shop property, be signed prior to the mayor signing this agreement, and that the deed overlay of properties also be completed and finalized before this agreement is completed with the site plan.
Sir, sorry to clarify, are you asking that the deed gaps be resolved?
With the site plan.
Okay.
With the site plan. And also with the landscaping, that the largest trees possible that can have the best longevity be installed on the property. And I don't think I've ever made a motion with this many items.
All right, that's a motion by Mr. Lowry to approve with those stated conditions. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Bryn. Is there any further discussion on the motion? right, hearing none. Fred, how do you vote?
Yes.
Bryn?
Yes.
Catherine?
Yes.
All right, the motion is approved unanimously 3-0 on the present quorum. The next item on our agenda, we have three more, is another public hearing. It's ordinance number 1715. It's an ordinance of Draper City Council amending the text of the Land Use and Development Code of the Draper Municipal Code relating to private schools. And we have a staff report by Jennifer Jastrzemski. Jennifer, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Okay, so this is a text amendment by Juan Diego for private schools within residential zones. The original application, when it came in, looked at adding private schools as a conditional use in all residential zones. Staff worked with the applicant on some modifications to that language, and then took some modifications to the Planning Commission to review. So the Planning Commission, so this, what's here includes Planning Commission's recommendation and the language staff took to Planning Commission. So we're proposing private schools as a conditional use in the R3 zone only, with some limitations. Any private schools have to be ancillary to an existing private school and be on properties of 1 acre in size or less. And then site coverage with buildings and structures be limited to 2,000 square feet with a maximum height of 25 feet. So this is geared towards reducing impact on adjacent residential properties. Planning Commission's recommended change to this language was adding a definition for ancillary within the code. They just wanted to make sure that it was very clear what we mean by that. And then Planning Commission did make a recommendation for a positive on a 5-0 vote. So happy to answer any questions.
I have a question just about it. It talks about that the buildings and structures are limited to 2,000 square feet. Is there like a proportion that we could maybe designate rather than the number? Because I think if it's, about 1 acre, 2,000 doesn't seem very big, but if it's,
You could look at doing that. Yeah, so typically with the site coverage, it's either going to be, an actual square footage amount or percentage of the lot. So you can look at saying we want to allow up to 10% of the lot or 20% of the lot to be covered in building.
Yeah, because I just feel like if you've got a quarter acre versus, maybe 3/4 of an acre, to both have that 2,000 square foot size is going to affect that differently, if that makes sense. So
I think in this, what we're only considering it for at least 1/3 of an acre, but I think you make a good point, but we're not considering it for quarter acres or smaller or bigger. Very targeted.
Any other questions for Jennifer? All right, okay. Thank you, Jennifer. Does the applicant want to address the council?
Joe Colosimo, 11745 South Taitland Rose Lane, Draper. This is really specific to the piece of property that we bought just north of our campus, owned by Jeff Lamb. We tore his house down and planted grass, and now we want to incorporate it into our mission statement. And instead of taking ball fields and converting them to this garden concept, we feel like this is a good use across the street to plant a garden and do a farm-to-table concept. And so all these requirements fit nicely on that piece of property. We're always trying to expand our campus, and so I'm wondering if we can tie some proximity to, for example, we're trying to buy the northeast corner of our campus. Eventually, hopefully we can buy that. That would sit inside the boundary of our current campus, and we're wondering if maybe some of these things wouldn't apply there. The piece being across the street, we're fine with these conditions applying to it because it's really not attached to the campus and the garden concept or even these requirements would work fine there. If we're lucky enough to buy this 2 acres in the northeast corner of our campus, these conditions are a little bit restrictive, and maybe we cross that bridge when we buy it, but if we could address, if we could have some proximity clause that if it sits within inside our current footprint, which it would, then this wouldn't apply. It would only apply if it's across the street or not in close proximity. And so that's all I would ask you to consider tonight. All these are fine for the current piece. It's just if we could have some kind of a proximity clause that would address what I just mentioned.
Questions from Mr. Colosimo? Thank you, sir. We'll give you the last word. This is a public hearing. It's ordinance 1715. Is there anyone from the public like to address the council on item 6C, ordinance 1715? I see no public comment on this item, so close the public hearing. Bring it back to the council. Don't everybody jump at once. It's only 10:40. Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve ordinance 1715.
Motion by Mr. Lowry to approve ordinance 1715. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Ms. Dahlin. Any further discussion?
No, I think this is a great land use for this property, and I think it complements what the school is doing.
All right. Any further discussion? All right. Mr. Lowry, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Dahlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Items approved unanimously 3-0 with the quorum present. Item 6D is next. It's a public hearing. Ordinance number 1712. It's an ordinance of Draper City Council adjusting the common boundaries between Draper City and Alpine City. We'll have this report by Ms. Chalberg. Go ahead.
Hi, can you go to the other one, Jake? So this is just an adjustment between the boundaries between Draper City and Alpine City. It's one of those deed gaps that was mentioned. Maybe that 60 right there, but it's just where the Draper City, okay, so if you look at this map, this right line is the Draper City boundary, and this line right here was platted and deeded and monumented to these plots here. So it's just a little overlap. At the biggest section, it's 16 feet wide right there, and it affects all 3 of those parcels. So we just want to make that correct that ambiguity and line up the property line. And Alpine is doing the same. It's going to their council on May 12th, just to correct that ambiguity. And we do have the surveyor here if you have any questions.
Any questions for Ms. Chalberg? Can't blame this on the Draperville plat.
No.
Although it's somewhat similar to the Draperville platting world.
It went back to like 1855, right, David? So.
All right. Any questions? No questions? Thank you. It's a public hearing. Ordinance number 1712. Is there anyone from the public that would like to address the council on 6D, public hearing ordinance 1712? All right. Seeing no public comment, I'll close the public hearing, bring it back to the council.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that I'm not sure how to say it actually, that we accept ordinance 1712, that we pass that.
All right. We have a motion by Catherine to approve ordinance 6D, ordinance 1712. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Bryn. Any further discussion? All right. Hearing none. Catherine, how do you vote?
Yes.
Bryn?
Yes.
Fred?
Yes.
Items approved unanimously 3-0 with the quorum present. Item 6E is next, public hearing, ordinance number 1713 and ordinance number 1714. It's an ordinance amending the official land use map of Draper City and an ordinance amending the official zoning map of Draper City for approximately 0.45 acres of property located approximately 16001 South, 3500 East, also known as the city-initiated Alpine Draper Boundary Adjustment, Land Use Map, and Zoning Map Amendments. We haven't seen you for an hour. Go ahead, sir.
And in deference to how much I've spoken tonight as well, we'll make this one quick as well. This is the exact same property as the last ordinance. There next to Alpine. Same gap. All this is doing with these two ordinances is removing the underlying zoning and land use designations from our maps. So this would remove that hillside low density land use designation from the land use map and would remove the RR22 zoning and the hillside sensitive overlay zone from the property as well. There's a site photo with the approximation there. And the Draper City Planning Commission forward unanimous positive recommendations for both ordinances at their March 12th meeting. Are there any other questions you have for me?
All right, any questions for Mr. Draper? All right. This is a public hearing. Ordinances, item 6C, ordinance 1713 and 1714. Is there anyone from the public who would like to address the council on these items? I see no public comment. I'll close the public hearing, bring it back to the council.
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead.
I move that we adopt ordinances 1713 and 1714.
A motion by Bren to adopt ordinance 1713 and 1714. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Fred. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Bren, how do you vote?
Yes.
Fred?
Yes.
Catherine? Yes. Items passed unanimously 3-0 with the quorum that's present. That takes us to item number 7. And I hope that none of you want to make this meeting last any longer. So, would someone like to make a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Motion to adjourn.
Seconded.
Second. All right. All in favor of adjournment, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We stand adjourned.